Alrighty, there we go. Just was making sure we were all set up there. And I think we are. So we'll just kind of hang out here for a second. We'll see who comes on here in a bit. I know y'all in here for a second. Okay. Hold on, hold on. Actually, we'll be right back. Hold on one second, guys. This one right here. Put these on top of that. Okay. Let's shuffle some cards here and see what comes up. We'll be doing, sorry about that. We'll be doing 3 days. We'll be doing Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, because that's how we do it. So let's see what we can come up with. Hello, Hazel. We already have a guest. Hazel girl, what are you doing? See what we can do here. Let's shuffle a few more times. We will do Saturday first, Sunday, and then Monday for the generals. So, oh. No, honey, don't go up there. As cute as you are. Okay. We got those ones shuffled. Sorry about the yawning, guys. Okay, let's shuffle these ones. Yeah, it has. Ugh. Definitely has been a sleepy kind of day. Getting all these cards shuffled here and seeing what we can find out here. 5D Pixie, how are you doing? Yawning is bad. Oof. That could mean there's some good spiritual energy here, though, when there's lots of yawning. I will yawn sometimes when I feel spirit. Generally, it's only when I'm sitting in the power or trying to do something like that, but yawning does occur. You got your blueberries and yogurt? You're chilling? That is good, 5D. All sorts of good snacks out there. Speaking of good snacks, sounds like Hazel's having some food of her own. Hey, Lady Libra, how are you doing? Ooh. Ooh. All sorts of yawns going on here. What's going on? Nothing. What's going on with you? Okay, one more shuffle here. All right, we'll do 2 piles. If nobody votes for pile 1 or pile 2, then I'll just read pile 1 first. So while I'm doing that, you guys have time to do a little bit of voting there, but if not, that's okay. So we got pile 1 here, and I'm just getting the cards pulled out. And we got pile 2. Okay, so we have 7th chakra, Archangel Metatron in reverse. Then we have 5 of Cups in reverse. And then we have Queen of Wands in reverse. So Saturday, because that's what we're doing Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So, because today's basically almost over, so I always do the next day when I do these lives. So we have Queen of Wands in reverse, so that could mean that there is someone who could be a fire sign, either moon, sun, or rising, and this person could have very negative traits coming in. Someone who would stop creativity, someone who maybe doesn't believe in the spiritual side of things, someone who just kind of shuts us down, is what I could say. So that could be someone that could be coming to us on Saturday. What's interesting, though, is that we have the 5 of Cups in reverse, and so something's telling us that maybe we know how to handle this situation. Maybe it's not all doom and gloom just because someone doesn't necessarily approve of our lifestyle. It doesn't mean we have to stop doing something, or it doesn't mean we have to stop being who we are. It just means some people can't see the beauty that is us, and that's their loss, right? So that's what I'm seeing here, is that we could have someone that's disapproving with the way we want to live or the way we have our life. Possibly it has to deal with a spiritual nature, but we're like, that's okay. You guys can disagree. I feel like there's a sense of resiliency here. Instead of giving into that same old way of thinking, where it's like, oh, they're right, I'm a weirdo, or I'm this, I'm that. I feel like we're starting to embrace the fact that we're unique, and that's a huge thing. To be unique in this world when everyone else wants to stay the same, I feel like that's a huge, huge thing. Let that freak flag fly, baby, right? Let it go. Let that be something that we put up. And we say, this is who I am, and I'm proud of this. If you're not, oh well, I am. So I feel like this is good. Be uniquely you is the message that I get from this. So that is for Saturday. So don't let anyone else tell you what to do, and let yourself feel that sense of peace when we tell someone off if they are not being supportive. Because it's really not that hard to be supportive, and if people can't even do that, then it kind of shows you who your real friends and who your real people are. And sometimes we have to build that. We have to build that for ourselves again. We have to get people in our lives again, people that would be more suited to handling the new version of us. But I think we got it. Okay, so let's go to the next one for Saturday. Okay. Actually, I'll do this so you guys can see the cards. Because we did this last time. So let me go. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Let me move stuff around. You're okay. You're okay. I'm not sure what you're saying, Lady Libra, but you are just fine, okay? There's no need to be sorry. You're just fine. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. There we go. There we go. All right, let's do this, and then let's go. Let's do this here. I think I know how to use my own camera. Okay. So that card right there, that is the 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael. It may look right side up to you guys, but to me, this is upside down. So how I'm reading this is, again, we're looking at, well, let me do this here. So let me move this over. So we have our 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael in reverse, Daughter of Wands, and then, let me do this here. Okay, there we go. Just trying to find the middle of the camera, the middle of the frame. And we'll go like that. Okay, so we have Page of Cups in reverse, 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael in reverse, which I know seems confusing. Or no, Page of Cups is upright. 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael is in reverse, and Daughter of Wands is also upright right over here. This is the Daughter of Wands, which in any other deck, it's like the Page of Wands in any other deck. So when I see this, it could be that we're having a spat. Could be romantic, could be otherwise, but we could be having a spat. We could be having a disagreement with either a water sign or a fire sign, or maybe this person is both. But we could be having a disagreement. Possibly, maybe it's something that we said. Maybe we reacted too harshly, something along those lines, because the 4th chakra is in reverse. Alternatively, though, it could be that they said something that hurt us so badly that we're maybe not wanting to continue a relationship with this person. Just like we had in the first pile, if people aren't seeing who we are, or people refuse to respect us or appreciate us, it's their loss. If we want to cut them out of our lives after they have been disrespectful to us, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not being a bad person. That is not, it's just allowing the universe to know that you're no longer willing to put up with bullshit anymore. If people are not treating us the way we want to be treated, then we can move on to people that will respect us and will appreciate us and will understand us. So this, to me, is definitely a move where we're taking self-respect into something. So on Saturday, there could possibly be a confrontation, but I would hope we choose the higher road and we allow ourselves to feel respect. We allow ourselves to leave the situation before the person sucks us in emotionally, if that's something we can do. If people do not want us to shine the way we do, then it doesn't mean that it just means that we shine anyway. We shine regardless. Other people don't get to rule over us. We do. We get to rule over us. And last I checked, I don't think we're doing it wrong. So, okay. I have to drink some water. Okay. So, let's move on to Sunday here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let's see. Okay. Let's move on to Sunday. I'll zoom this out a little bit. Where do I trouble with that? Okay. Maybe we could really zoom in though. Oh. Alright, so I'm going to be shuffling the cards. You guys can see that I'm going to be shuffling here. Nice, nice little bit of space here. Just trying some different stuff, guys. I'm trying to see what works and what doesn't work. Alright, so let's shuffle our cards. One more shuffle for these ones, then we'll move on to Sunday. Okay, let's move on to these cards here. These are the Wild Unknown tarot cards, and the ones I was just shuffling, these blue ones, these are energy oracles. So if you guys are wondering, you like the art on the deck, let me know so that I can tell you what deck it's from, even though I basically use the same 3 decks. So if you guys have been here for a while, you know that don't change. I do need to look into getting some new decks, though. Alright, let's shuffle this a little bit more. Let's do 2 more shuffles with these ones. Alright, one more. Ooh, that's a good card. That is the Psychic card. That's the High Priestess. Really pretty, isn't it? Very fun card. So that's the Psychic card, that's the Intuitive card. So that's a really fun one to get. Okay, so we've shuffled, well, we got this one. Okay, so this one right here, this is the Fountain Tarot. And it's got that like silvery look to the cards. Really, really nice. And then the card stock's really good too, and they're super easy to shuffle. I'll shuffle these 3 times. The way they shuffle is just so nice. Okay. One more shuffle here. Okay. So, we got pile 1, pile 2, so I'll go like this. Here's pile 1. Okay, here's pile 2. So this is pile 2, this is pile 1. Okay, so if you guys want to, you can vote on that. If not, I'll just read pile 1 right here first. So let's do that. Let's read pile 1. This is for Sunday. So we have the Thinking Woman in reverse. Well, yeah, Thinking Woman in reverse. Then we have the Ace of Coins. Then we have the 5 of Wands in reverse. So there could be on Sunday, maybe we could be applying to something that could be, so I'll move these over a little bit more. We can go. Okay. So right here, when we have the Ace of Coins, okay, and then we have the Thinking Woman in reverse and the 5 of Wands in reverse, we could be looking at going into a career situation where maybe we're getting a new job, maybe things are going good, but maybe we feel like we won't get along with the staff. Hi, Amber. How are you doing? Maybe we feel like we won't get along with the staff, or maybe we feel like it's not quite our place. Like we feel like we're not fitting in. So that could be something that we're looking at here. The thinking woman in reverse is, to me, it's a woman who's thinking. She's overthinking. There's nothing wrong with being a thinking woman or a thinking man. That's good. That's okay. But when we overthink, we get analysis paralysis, where we kind of just cease up and all of our decisions become very, very confused. And we start to kind of lose touch with ourselves. So it's important to think, but not to overthink, not to overdo it to the point where just kind of existing becomes hard, right? We want things to be more smooth. We want things to be more easygoing. The Five of Wands is normally a card. It's like playful fighting or it's sparring. So when I see this card right here, when I see it upright, it's a card of fun. It's a card of like people competing with each other, but there's a sense of fun with that kind of energy. So it's not a serious kind of thing. Imagine lion cubs playing with each other. It's important for them to learn to play because that's how they learn how to hunt. It's like they can test their skills, they wrestle, they do all that, and they test their skills. But when I see this in reverse, it's kind of like there could be people that are playing for keeps. Um, and we need to be someone who's just bold and we just go for it. So the Ace of Coins being upright here feels like there are new opportunities. It feels like there are new things coming for us, but we're going to have to be strong and we're going to have to not overthink it. We're going to have to stay and stick with ourselves long enough that we understand what the hell's going on, because a lot of us tend to abandon the situation. Not because we necessarily want to, but because we don't know how to be in um, a normal kind of job situation. So I feel like this will be good. This will be a good way for us to temper our expectations and for us to learn how to work, possibly in a new field. And the only reason, like I said, I'm bringing up a job is because Ace of Coins or Ace of Pentacles and other tarot decks, these are the same. These are the same cards: Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Coins, and generally these are talking about job situations. There could also be an earth sign energy coming in too. That could be another thing. If we're not looking for a job, if we're not in that kind of market, then there could be an interest coming to us where maybe someone's going to help us with money, or someone's going to help us with a loan, or something's going to happen where we can get that house, buy the car, do whatever it is we need to do. But this right here is a card of new beginnings, possibly in a financial sense. So on Sundays, some of us could be looking at that. But since Sunday, a lot of businesses that are more professional are closed. It's making me think that maybe this could be something where it's more in line with maybe we're getting a job or we're doing something. Like I feel like Sunday we get news, something happens on Sunday. But keep your wits about you and don't overthink the situation. That is going to be the main takeaway here. Okay? So that's pile 1. So let's move on to the second pile. Alrighty, so that's catching that right there. So if I go like that, move that over. Do this, move all of these over. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we have these 3 cards right here. Alright, let's see what these are. So we have Yin Yang, Daughter of Wands in reverse, and 5 of Coins in reverse. So this is an interesting situation. Do we continue going forward? Do we continue moving forward even if it's uncomfortable? That's going to be on Sunday. That's going to be a question that I feel like is going to be asked to us from the universe. Do we continue moving forward even if it could be uncomfortable? Yin Yang is the duality symbol. So Yin Yang in reverse, or sorry, this is upright. This is upright. On your end, it's going to look reversed, but on my end, it's facing me, and it's upright for me. So Yin Yang in reverse, or Yin Yang, Daughter of Wands in reverse, and 5 of Coins in reverse. So we could be looking at a situation where we're finding out what's best for us. We're focusing on our own journey. And this is something that needs to be done, and I've talked about it so many times on the channel, that the people-pleasing stuff like that, we need to take control, and we need to go into this and we need to satisfy our own needs. We need to have that be something we do. If we satisfy our own needs, it's going to make it so that it's easier for us to understand what the hell's going on, because we're no longer losing ourselves and trying to take care of other people. We are taking care of our needs and ourselves. So it's important to keep that in mind. The reason I'm talking about moving forward, are we comfortable moving forward? When I see the Daughter of Wands, this is in reverse on my end. When I see this card, it makes me think of a snake shedding its skin. And what's interesting when a snake sheds its skin is that it relies on the friction of the ground to pull its skin off of it, right? So as it's sitting there and it's doing its little thing, it relies on the ground to like grab hold of the shedded skin and to just help remove it. And sometimes that's going to be uncomfortable for the snake, because when the skin is shed, that's kind of tender skin now. That's like fresh skin, and it can be a little more sensitive. So even though things could be uncomfortable, are we prepared to move forward with what we have? When I see 5 of coins, this one, it looks upright to you, it's reversed for me. But this card right here, this is a card that's normally about financial ruin, but when I see it in reverse, this is a good card, because it's showing that through our uncomfortableness, we're actually going to be able to achieve something. When we are uncomfortable in situations repeatedly over and over again, it means that we're challenging something, and it means that we're trying something. Usually that's going to be a very good thing. If we're looking to change, if we're looking to try new things, if we're looking to be more innovative and adaptable and flexible, that's going to be a good thing. That's going to provide us the ability to discern what feels good and what doesn't feel good for us in the future. So right here, we could be losing some comfort, but we could be gaining financial independence, or we could be gaining a fresh start in something possibly financial or physical. So we could be moving, we could be doing things that we normally wouldn't do, but it feels like we're testing the waters for ourselves, and we're trying to see what we do and do not like. And especially in terms of money or in finances, it feels like things are going to be heading in an upward direction. So to me, that's a really good sign, obviously. So that's what I've got for Sunday. So let's do this here. Let me shuffle these cards here. Let's zoom the camera out a little bit. There we go. All right. So let's shuffle the cards out here. This one is the Energy Oracle, like I've talked about before. The blue color, love this deck. Very nice. After I'm done shuffling the cards, in case you guys are wondering, the cards do in fact shuffle me, and so we do take turns. I get done with my live, they start theirs, and they see what they can do with me, so it's how it works. It's always how it works. Alright, let's do this one more time here. Shuffle this blue one. Here we go. Let's move on to these ones. One more here. So this will be for Monday, and then I'm open for questions. Okay, let's shuffle these ones. Alrighty, let's do this. one more time, just because this is a fun deck to shuffle. Oh. Not the best shuffler. I never proclaim to be the best shuffler, but I do like the way it feels when it goes buttery smooth. All right, you guys, pile 1 or pile 2? And if there's no votes, then I'll just read pile 1 first. You know the drill. Pile 1. Pile 2. Amber says pile 1. Okay, we'll do pile 1. This is for Monday, pile 1. For the general. I'll read each one of these to you and show you the cards. So we have financial constraints. This is an interesting reading, so stay with me on this. Financial constraints, the world in reverse, but the 9 of Cups. So here's how I'm seeing this. Financial constraints, the world in reverse, and 9 of Cups. It feels like either something fell through and we were upset at first, but now we're actually glad or happy that it happened. When I see the 9 of Cups, that's a card of such emotional joy and happiness. And when the world is in reverse, financial constraints, it could be that maybe one opportunity for us is ending, but there could be something bigger along the way coming. So to me, this is actually, it could be seen as a good thing in the long term, but maybe right now, or on Monday, it could be upsetting. But this is good. Honestly, the only thing I see is the world stops, financial constraints, and then 9 of Cups. So we could be looking at something on Monday. Maybe there could be a job termination, or maybe there could be that we're losing something. But then we'll come to find out that actually this could have been a blessing in disguise. Maybe we get to learn something about ourselves, or we get to learn something about this situation. We get to see it more clearly. So to me, this could be a very, very good situation, something that leads us to better things. But maybe at first it doesn't feel that way. So that's for Monday. So I would say keep your eyes calm, focused, relaxed, and let yourself kind of weave your own nest, so to speak. And what I mean by that is make your own happiness. Make something that makes you happy. Do something that makes you happy. But I do feel like Monday could either be kind of a bad day or a really good one. So this is interesting to me. I don't see it being a very bad day, but maybe there's some annoyances, maybe things happen, but it does feel like there's a silver lining to everything. So I feel like that's a good thing. I feel like that's a really good thing. So hold on one second here. Okay, so I'm just writing on my paper here, so hold on. Okay. There we go. Okay, just stretching for a second. Oh. All right, let's look at this here. Let's look at pile 2. All right, pile 2. First chakra, Archangel Michael in reverse. Mother of Cups in reverse. And Ace of Wands upright. So I can read this a couple ways. One of them is Monday could be that someone that we were in a relationship with before could be coming back, but only for, it feels like only for sexual needs. It doesn't feel like this is like a strong connection. It feels, when I see the Mother of Cups in reverse, it's making me feel like emotionally this person is not there. And when I see First Chakra Archangel Michael in reverse, it's making me feel like this person would only want to hook up and that would be it. It's not like there's a deeper connection here. So there could be something like that going on Monday. So keep your wits about you and see how you feel. But if that's something you want to do and you feel safe enough with the person, by all means. But I do feel like this is going to be something where there is not going to be a further like, let's do this again, or let's date, let's talk. It doesn't feel like that kind of a connection will happen on Monday. But if you're looking for something else, something more of a fling or something like that, then by all means, like I said, but just be safe, practice caution, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't see this as being a bad card or a bad spread at all. Um, just be on the lookout and feel what the situation actually is. Feel out what the situation is instead of getting our heart involved and hurting ourselves possibly in the process, right? So that's what I'm seeing here for Monday at pile 2. Okay, so Amber, would you want to ask your question? No, there we go. Well, all right, that works. Go right ahead, Amber. Type it out, and I will just be patiently waiting here. No rush, my friend. Take your time. For a long time, I've been getting frenemy vibes from an immediate coworker. I've distanced myself more personally, but I want to know if I'm right about her. Should I be on guard? Okay, Amber. Let's do this. Let's ask this question here. Um, why, when you say frenemy vibes, what does that mean? What has she done that gives you those vibes? I can shuffle some cards too, but I'm just curious. What would be someone that gives you frenemy vibes? What does that look like? What did she do? Still yawning. Still yawning. Oof. Two separate coworkers told me she was discussing my employment status with my boss, who's an asshole. When I asked her about it, she said nothing happened. Okay. So you heard something and then she dismissed the rumor. And I'm sure there wasn't much more of a response from that. So let's look here. Thank you for telling me, Amber. Let's see what the cards have to say. Can we have an initial for the coworker? You don't have to tell me their name, but could we just do an initial, like J or R or something? Let's see here. Hold on. I'm gonna take another drink. I am very thirsty. Very, very thirsty. Starts with M. Okay. All right. So we'll do that. We'll just call them M. Okay. So should Amber be on guard with M? Let's look at that. Should Amber be on guard with M? Should Amber be on guard with M? This is interesting. Okay, so that, I want you to know, Amber, I talked about this last time I was live. When you're online for 5 hours, 3 times a week, you talk about a lot of things on live, but specifically, if someone is gossiping to you about other people, they're also gossiping about you to other people. Right. So if they're gossiping and you're hearing it from them, they're also doing the same thing with everybody else. So it sounds like you know that, obviously, but definitely not sounding like a person you'd want to get involved with. I see these two cards here, though. So let me. So we got these two. They're not in reverse, but I just turned them to face the anyway. So both of these cards came out in the upright position, and it's community and contract. Should you trust this person? I feel like she's literally just a workplace colleague and nothing else. And sometimes she's not a good workplace colleague at that. So what I feel here is just trust them, I guess, with work-related things, but don't trust them to tell them your personal stuff unless you want that leaked out there. This person feels like they're best admired from afar. So I would say just try to stay out of their way. Hopefully they do the same for you. Just give her space. I'm not feeling like this is someone you should be close with because it feels like there's a wall or there's a barrier here. When I see community and contract, it's like you're in a contracted position. You're in a workplace environment, and that's where her sense of community comes from. I don't feel like this person has loyalties. They're just out for themselves, whatever it is they want to do, and so I would say how I feel is just let them do their thing. And if it feels like frenemy vibes, at least there's a little bit of the friend to the enemy there. But don't give this person ammo to use against you. Give them light conversations, give them surface talk, and let that be something you use going forward. That's what I'm feeling here. Right. This would just be like a workplace colleague. So your life at work would be what you talk to this person about. Your life at home, your life in other places in your life that don't involve work, don't talk to this person about. That's what I'm feeling. Just because of the gossiping, just because of that kind of stuff, um, I feel like it's best not to involve ourselves. For me personally, I would stay away, but of course you can do whatever would feel right to you. So, but that's just what I'm getting here with these cards. Does that make sense, Amber? Well, Amber, know this, okay? You're I think you're starting to trust your own bullshit meter more. Okay, you're starting to trust the bullshit part. You're starting to be like, what that person does is bullshit. How that person acts, bullshit. That's what I'm talking about. You see people that are full of it, and you're realizing you can stay away from them because you're able to see through them a lot easier now. I feel like something was there before, but now you're starting to really see how people are. And maybe that's disheartening, but the right people still will come along. But you're seeing what disingenuous people, people that do not have your best interest at heart, you're seeing what they look like right now. And I'm feeling like, I feel like you get that. I feel like that's something you're not saying. You're wise to it. Let me put it that way. So I feel like you're understanding it. Yeah, just keep up appearances for the sake of the job. But even then, let yourself have that space. If you need more space from her, I would say get some more space. But yeah, it makes me sad. I really considered her a friend at one point. And sometimes that's how these people are. Sometimes they get in, they get our trust, and they don't know how to take something further than that. And so, there can just be people like that. And it has nothing to do with you, Amber. Um, it's kind of just how things go until we start seeing through this. I feel like she was trying to get me fired. Well, what could, I mean, there must just be a lot of rivalry in what you're doing because it seems like to me it's obviously none of her business. But if she wants to make it her business, okay. Um, but that's not right. Was Amber's friend trying to get her fired? Or was Amber's frenemy trying to get her fired? Let's look here. So I get walking away in reverse when I see it, and so that's why I'm holding it up this way. So walking away in reverse, which to me could feel like okay, I'm going to say it like this. I don't feel like necessarily the person wants you fired, but I do feel like this person likes to gossip, or this person likes to, the bullshit thing we were talking about. I don't get good vibes with it. It doesn't feel like it's a positive thing, but it doesn't feel like she was directly trying to get you fired, but it does feel like she likes to stir that shit pot to the point where everyone else can smell it, kind of a thing. I have a feeling this person has verbal diarrhea. They don't know when to kind of stop talking, when to do their thing, and they would come across as being overbearing or obnoxious, or even to the point of being way, way too intense, right? Or doing black. She's made jokes about it. Okay, who's laughing at that? What the hell? Um, yeah, I definitely would say she doesn't seem like she's intelligent enough to be covert. She has to tell you the things that she does, but in a joking way, possibly. So if she's doing something or if she thinks about doing something, like I said, just let this be a connection for work appearances and just kind of keep your distance from this one, Amber. It just feels like this person doesn't, they don't have your best interests at heart. So, yeah, that's not right. Well, know that other people can see through it, right? Other people can see through different things, um, but it does feel like her mentality is just kind of clouded with very immature thoughts. So the person is very callous. They don't think about what they're doing. That doesn't give them an excuse to do what they're doing, but they just seem like they want to be clouded in ignorance. And if that's how they want to live their life, ignorance and hate, and just being this weird little gremlin person, if that's how this person wants to be, by all means, live your best gremlin life. Make sure not to feed you after midnight and no water. But it's just, that's how some people are. They can just be really gross. And, but at least you're seeing the behavior for what it is, right? I feel like you're getting more in tune with yourself and you're starting to be like, wait, this doesn't feel right. Okay, I'm going to listen to that. And I think that's an important sign, is that, like, looking at a situation and not trying to make it the best possible situation, instead looking at the situation and being real with it and allowing ourselves to feel whatever comes up, but being real and present with ourselves makes it so that lying, manipulative people can't come in our lives and tell us what's going on anymore, because we're aware of what's happening with us and we're paying that attention. We're in the moment. That's why it's always important to be in the moment, so that we can kind of examine how things are and what's going on when they happen, when they actually happen. So I think it's a good step, Amber. Oh, you're very welcome, Amber. Do you have any other questions or anything else you're wondering about, Amber? If not, that's cool too. Either way is good for me. We can just do some story time here. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, because you're not, Amber. You're not crazy, but when we've come from kind of a traumatized spot in life, we tend to attract people that constantly make us doubt our own version of reality. Eventually, when we go through the healing process, we no longer surround ourselves with those kinds of people, and we can start to know that we are, in fact, not crazy. We have a normal response to things, and other people want to diminish those responses. That doesn't make them better than us. That makes them people that do not want to see something for how it is, or they want to be able to control the situation. You're seeing things how they are. You're not crazy, and your feelings are valid. And I feel like a lot of people have invalidated your feelings in the past. And now you need to take that back and you need to start validating yourself and saying exactly what you said. It takes stress off knowing you're not crazy, because you're not. Don't seem crazy to me in the slightest. Of course, other people that don't like to be challenged by someone, I feel like, that has kind of a powerful tone, other people will try to bring that person down. And, hence the crazy making, the gaslighting, things like that. But I'm feeling like you're getting a really good handle on this right now. Yeah. You got this, Amber. You're doing good. One second. Oh. Okay, so let's think of some stories here. Talked about movies last time. I'm getting into music more, which for me is good. It is the gateway drug, though, I've heard. Uh, but so far, I am digging this thing called music. Let's see, what else? Been looking at a lot of, been learning a little bit about giant bugs, their habitats. It seems weird, I know, but giant beetles are very fascinating. Would never want one, but they are very fascinating. Very loud when they fly. They sound like little jackhammers, but they're, I don't know, you guys look it up on YouTube. Just type in jackhammer beetle and you'll see a guy holding a beetle's nose and it's like flying, and the sound the wings make. I mean, these things sound massive, and it's like a 6-inch, 7-inch beetle. It's a big bug. I mean, I find that fascinating. Beetles and bugs can get so big. I don't know why. I guess I would be the same if I found out that cats and kittens could get really tiny. That would be interesting. Don't know why I'm sharing this, but I mean, I find it interesting. Maybe some of you guys will too. I don't know. I know primarily people come here for the tarot, they come here for those kinds of stories, but I don't talk about myself a ton, and so I can talk a little bit more about the things I'm interested in. A little bit, a little bit kooky, I guess, but giant, giant insects, giant beetles are fascinating to me. Not spiders, never spiders, please no. But everything else is interesting. Um, the other day, I live in a small town, so not a ton of stuff goes on here. But when there is something interesting, I tend to make a note of it. Um, I went to a place with my girlfriend. We were walking around, and this woman had a chameleon on her shoulder, like a baby, like a little baby chameleon. And I mean, if that wasn't the cutest thing, they're just adorable, and they just have these weird like padded hands. I love chameleons. I don't know what it is about them, but they're just so cute and adorable. And they can see in two different directions at the same time. And I'm blind in one eye, and so I can barely see in one direction at the same time. But I think that's good for them. That's something that's interesting. Um, but yeah, I find those interesting little things. What else did I learn here? had a weird experience happen when I was a kid, right? This was kind of strange. Okay, so I didn't have like I had a pretty normal upbringing. I didn't have a moment where a beam of light shot through my butt and hit my third eye, and I was able to see stuff psychically. I didn't have that when I was a kid. I didn't have any experiences. I was pretty normal growing up, apart from the rampant telekinesis that when I would fall asleep, my whole house would rearrange itself at night. Nothing crazy ever happened. No, but seriously, had a really normal upbringing. A few weird experiences, but nothing that was like so grand that it made me a believer or anything. Um, but one thing that happened when I was going to school was there was this moment where we went, me and a friend. I was young. I'm 32 now. Okay, so I would have been like 8 or 9, I think. Um, and me and my friend went out to this, they're like the fairgrounds, is what we call them. And it was completely silent at the fairgrounds. It was sometime in the summer, because when you're 8 or 9 and you have time during the earlier morning time to go somewhere, it's generally in the summer. And so we go out to the fairgrounds, we're walking around, and there's this there's this feeling that is really weird in the fairgrounds. It's like you walked into a place and the atmosphere changed so dramatically that it didn't even feel like a real space. It felt constructed. It felt off. The energy just felt kind of gross, kind of like something's not right, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And we're walking around and we're seeing weird stuff. And it's not just me seeing it, my friend is also seeing it, which was even more bizarre, right? Hey, Elizabeth, how are you doing, my friend? Um, but we're walking around, we're seeing weird stuff, and I told him I saw a guy that was, it was the weirdest thing, and I was like 8 or 9, right? And wasn't a violent person, didn't have anything like that happen, but I saw a guy that was like almost mummified looking, and he had a piece of sharp wood going through his neck to the other side of his head, and he was like skewered, but he was like doing this, but he was bent over at the same time, so he was like free floating in the air with just this stick holding him up in the air. Okay, and so that was really weird. And not only did I see it, he saw it too. When I told him what I saw, he said he saw the same, like he was in shock because he was seeing the same thing. And we were 8 or 9, and so it was interesting. And we went through this place, and it's called the fairgrounds, and so there's places where you can put animals for the fair. People like to show off their animals, um, so that's what they do. But we're going through these stables. We're walking through the stables where the horses are kept, and it's kind of like when you're a kid, a lot of things seem like weird little mazes, weird little things, but these stables seemed very strange. Seemed very labyrinthian, right? Very maze-like. And we were walking through this stable, and I remember we were this kid and he had two girls with him, two younger girls, and he was the same age as us, so he was around 8 or 9. He had blondish hair. It was short to his ears right here, a little bit shorter than mine, so it was pretty short hair. And we're following this kid. We're following him, and he's going through this stable with us, but he's ahead of us a few notches. So you have to like duck and go under things and like go over stuff and move stuff around to get to where he is. So we're following him. He ducks down. Him and his sisters duck down. I don't know if he ever saw us because he never turned his head around. But him and his sisters ducked down. When they ducked down, I'd say it was about 10 seconds later, they appeared behind us, like almost right behind us. And for them to be able to move that fast, all three of them, and we didn't hear them move, we didn't hear anything, and we didn't even hear footsteps behind us. And all of a sudden, this kid's right there. We heard nothing, and it was bizarre. It was really weird. And the story gets weirder. The story does get weirder. So, um, me and my friend both got freaked out. We're like, okay, what's going on here? This is weird. But we're kids, so we didn't really put too much stock in it. We're just like, okay, we found a new friend to play with. So, all right. So he introduces himself. His name is, it's either Dave or David. I can never remember if it was Dave or David. I think it was David. Um, but he introduces himself as David, we'll say. And we're like, okay, my name's Chance. We'll just call him S. My friend's name's S. Um, and we said, okay, let's try playing games together, playing tag, doing something. And as we're walking around the fairgrounds, David decides to take us on kind of a haunted tour of the fairgrounds, and we already felt really uneasy, like something was off with this place, really weird. And the haunted tour sounded like something that we would not, want to do. I'm calling it the haunted tour. I think he called it a looky-loo, a look around, whatever. Anyway, we're going on the tour. He's showing us stuff, and he kicks in a door. We're like under the bleachers, okay? Because it's the fairgrounds, so there's a part where you can gather around and watch the rodeos and the derbies and stuff that the town holds. And it's these old rickety bleachers, they go clear up, and they're all built into a stadium-like thing, and they're just old. But he kicks in a door. When he kicks in a door, I see these two glass eyes, and they're like looking. They were like looking down at the ground, and when we opened the door, they looked up, and they were just like this, and they were looking at me like hard. And then, if I can remember right, they just faded away. They were no longer there, and they were very vibrant. It was like, when the sun hits a cat's eye, or when you see a cat's eye and it has that glow, that kind of like shimmer, that sparkle. That's what it was. These were big eyes. I saw them, my friend saw them, Dave saw them, but then they just kind of faded away. Nothing, your normal stuff. And then I remember, and this is where the story gets weird. That's already weird, but this is where the story gets weird. So I remember I was doing something. I was being a dumb kid, 8, 9 years old. You don't know what glass is, and you don't know that it's sharp. You think, oh, that's where I get my Wawa from, but no, this was sharp glass, and it kicked my ass. And so I picked it up. If I can remember right, it was either glass or it was something else, but there was like a green bottle that I remember, those old-fashioned like green bottles. We broke one. Something happened. I think I cut my hand, or I fell and I scraped my hand. That part's not important. I hurt myself in some way. And when I hurt myself, and this is when it gets weird. When I hurt myself, David, who is an 8 or 9 year old kid, nothing special about David, I hurt myself and he hands me bandages. What 8 or 9 year old kid just has bandages? That was weird. And they weren't normal bandages. These were like the kind you wrap around a wound with gauze. It was weird. It was just weird that he had that because he didn't work at the stables. He didn't have anyone that worked there. And his two sisters is what he said they were, these two girls that were following him, that were younger than he was, probably 4 or 5 years old. They never said anything. They didn't say one thing the whole time. He was walking around showing us around. It was probably a couple hours. They didn't say a thing. I, anyway. So we have that happen. There's all this stuff happening. He gives me the bandage, and I'm like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm fine. He insists I take the bandage. Okay. Hey, Gigi. So we take off he hands me the bandage. And when he hands me the bandage, I say I don't want, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Because it was kind of a big-ish cut, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't anything I felt like needed a bandage. I'm a kid, I'll just rub rocks in it. It'll be fine. But, so he says, take it. So I'm like, okay, fine, I will take it. I'll take your bandage, whatever. And so I take the bandage, and I remember it was starting to get dark out. It was starting to, turn a little more dark. And it was probably 7 o'clock at night, 7 or 7:30. It was still summer. It was still, the sun was still up, but starting to get a little bit later. And so I say, okay, David, we'll see you later, all this stuff. And I get home, and when David handed me those bandages, I remember looking at them, and I was like, okay, cool. Some fresh bandages. These are really nice. Something good to have, I guess. Why is a kid carrying these? Even at that age, I'm thinking, Why do you have bandages? Who the hell carries bandages in their pocket at all times? And fresh ones at that. It was weird. It was weird to me. Anyway, so I go home. I tell my mom about this kid named David that me and my friend S met, and tell her the whole story. And then she sees I have a cut on my hand, and I say, "Oh, don't worry about it. I got these bandages." I show her the bandages, and she looks at them, and then she sniffs them. She's like, "Oh," and then I smelled them too. They smelled absolutely rotten, like, and they weren't that way when I got them. They were not rotten when I got them, but she smelled the bandage. She was like, "Oh, okay, we're not going to use these," kind of a thing. And I remember when he handed me that, I was very grateful because they were clean. It looked good. It was presentable. It wasn't like someone just gave me a tattered rag and said, "Here you go." These were fresh and pristine bandages. But when I got home, they were not, and they smelled like dirty feet, I guess would be the way, like dirty plastic feet. Like as if he was bandaging up his Ken doll after taking its legs off. I don't know. I don't know, but they smelled funny. Anyway, so um, I go back to school. If I can remember, maybe it wasn't the summer, but maybe it was a weekend, because I do remember going back to school and asking a question. And I asked the teachers, because he told me where he went to school. He said, "I go to school where you go to school." And then I feel like I did tell him I went to school at where I went to school. And he said, "Okay, okay." And he said he went there too. Come to find out, no such kid existed. Okay, I'd never met the kid, and neither of the teachers had understood a description of the kid. And so, unless he was just this weird liar kid that was just really good at stuff, um, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It was one of the weirdest experiences that ever happened. Um, I still have no idea, but the creepy kids that didn't talk, seeing stuff before he showed up. After he showed up, I didn't see things anymore. The atmosphere changed where it wasn't feeling as haunted, but then the haunt was kind of with us. So it's kind of like it wasn't feeling as haunted, but then a ghost was talking us through the door. So it's like, you kind of give and take with that. But to this day, I do think he was a spirit. And that's the only experience that I can think of consciously where there was a spirit that I feel like I was interacting with that was a spirit. Like dimensions crossed. I could see him. I could talk to him. My friend could see and talk to him. The way it happened was just bizarre. So that is that ghost story. That's a true story that happened with me. And then there was the one time when I was in school. We were sitting down in an assembly. We had to sit on the basketball floor in the school. And then, someone would talk about stuff, and you would all just be sitting cross-legged real close. There was no chairs. You just sat on the floor like an animal. And I remember I'm sitting there. Okay, I'm in third grade, about 8 or 9 years old again. I'm in third grade, fourth grade maybe, and I'm like, I always wore a big coat, and I would always wear a big coat no matter where I went. I was body conscious, self-conscious about my body, even from a young age. But I was wearing this big puffy coat, and I was being hot and sweaty and all that stuff, all the fun stuff. And I felt this sensation on the inside of my jacket, and like I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt underneath the jacket, so I could feel this kind of sensation, and it felt like creepy crawly. It felt like something was crawling upside down on my arm. And I'm thinking, as a kid, well, I'll let you in on a secret. I wasn't thinking. At that point, I was panicking because this thing that was in my jacket was enormous. This was a big thing, okay? And I've actually had a few of these kinds of things happen. People would probably be like, "It doesn't happen that much, calm down." This has happened to me on 3 different occasions. Each time something different. But this time, I'm panicking, and I feel that crawling, right? My first reaction was like this. I'm like holding my arm with a panic look on my face, and as an 8 or 9 year old kid, it looked like, I'm sure if a teacher was looking at me, they're like, "Oh my God, his arm just broke," right? Something happened, because I was traumatized. I was freaking out, and I was holding it like this, and I'm holding it for the longest time. My hand is just covered in sweat. I'm just holding on to my arm like this, and I can feel the thing that was crawling is no longer crawling, but it's not dead because I didn't do anything hard enough to kill it. I'm just holding it in place. I don't know what this thing is. And so I finally am like, you know what? If it's a spider, it's going to bite me. And if it's anything else, eventually it's going to try and get out. And this is getting exhausting. My arms are getting tired. This isn't fun anymore. So I said, okay, fine. So I took my arm, and I finally had the courage enough to, like, I was holding it and I let go and I like dangled my hand out and I got the thing that was there out. And as I feel this thud, this thick thud land in my hand, and I'm just like, oh, what is that? I look down and it was a stink bug, a big stink bug. And I grabbed, and I shouldn't have done this, but to this day it still makes me laugh. I grabbed the stink bug and I just threw it. I threw it as hard as I could. I threw that stink bug. And what was funny was, of all the people, it hit my cousin in the head. Which, you know, in Utah, it's not hard to hit your cousin in the head with a stink bug, but it's a little harder than you would think. But I hit him in the head with a stink bug. But I didn't find out that he got hit in the head until it was like 2 or 3 years later. He was telling a story, and he's like, yeah, this one time we were having an assembly, and this bug just hit my head really hard, and it was a stink, and it just made me laugh because that was where it went. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why I'm telling you that story. That was funny though. I still laugh at that because that's funny, but that's anyway. If you guys have any funny stories, please feel free to share them. I feel like I'm kind of hogging the limelight, so to speak, but yeah, it's yeah, buddy. Wow. Oh, good boy. The other times. One time I was in my room and I can still remember. Anyway, I'll tell you this story. This one freaks me out because this one wasn't. I know you wanna. Okay, you want up? Come on, jump up, jump up. You can do it. Jump up. No, he's not gonna do it. Okay. Wow. Okay, come on then. Come on. Come on then. Jump up. I know you want to. Oh, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Oh, he did it. He did it all by himself, the big old fluffy boy. Alright, you're being a good boy. The other time was interesting. That crawling bug feeling that I had. There was one time where I'm sitting at home. I've had weird experiences with like spiders and bugs. And by weird, I mean on more than one occasion, the house we lived in had black widows. And when I was a very widow boy, I didn't like them. To this day, they are beautiful to look at from afar. Stay away from me. But that's kind of the vibe that you get from black widows. Honestly, they're not the kind of cuddly bug that you hang out with, whatever a cuddly bug is. Anyway, but I was in my room. I'm on the computer, and I'm typing away. I'm doing something. I'm doing something important because I know I was typing. Every time I typed, it was to do something important and not to do some weird, stupid kid shit. So, okay, you want up again? But I feel something crawling on my arm, and this time, I'm older this time. I'm probably 13, 14 years old. I feel something crawling on my arm, and I immediately, this time when I grab it, I squish it. And I remember I was looking, because I went like that and I squished it. I was thinking, I got to get up the courage to look at this. I got to see what this is, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm freaking out because when I squished it, there's one single leg that's poking out, and it's a big leg. It is a big leg, and it's poking out. And I'm like, oh, what did I just kill? Kind of a thing. And I remember to this day the gross feeling I had and how long I kept my hand on my arm, trying to convince myself that whatever I killed, it was really tiny, when in fact it was not. I never looked in the sink to see what it was, because a squished bug gives me the creeps, but a live bug, I let him outside now. I'm pretty good with stuff like that now, but I squished it. I remember I just put my arm over the sink. I know it's dead. It didn't feel any moving, didn't feel anything. But I just remember putting my the water over my wrist and hearing that sharp thud, that like thunk, like something big hit the sink, and I was just like, oh. And I didn't look. I just washed my arm. I used soap. I washed my arm, and I got whatever was there. It just went down the drain. So to this day, I never looked at what it was, but judging by the leg and the size of it, I'm thinking we get these really. I'm thinking it could have been an orb weaver spider, or it could have been something along those lines. It was big. It was a big boy, whatever it was. And orb weavers aren't dangerous, but I am to orb weavers apparently, and so yeah, we didn't see eye to eye. I've since signed a peace treaty with them, and it's all going well now. But things are not the best between us, and there is a possibility of a war brewing. Um, but that was something I had happen, and then and you're thinking he can't possibly have more stories about things in his sleeve. You'd be wrong, because there's probably a few more. I can recall one right off the top of my head, maybe the other one. I mean, I know I'm keeping you guys in suspense here, so um, this one, this one is my girlfriend's favorite. It's my mom's favorite. This one is ridiculous. So I'll tell you this, okay? My mom, I was probably 10 years old, 10, 11 years old. And I decide that, well, I didn't decide it, it kind of happened, where my mom was married to someone new, um, and she was going to go up and see him. She hadn't yet moved to Colorado, but she was getting ready to move to Colorado. And so she hadn't been to see him in a while, and they apparently bought a house in Colorado, and she was getting all of her stuff and moving stuff in and all that kind of stuff. Um, but we're on our way there. At least, if I can remember right, this is when this happened. Um, and we were going through a storm. Something bad. I mean, it was a bad, bad storm. There was rain, there was lightning. I think fish were hitting the windshield. It was biblical. Okay, this was a storm. And I remember sitting in the back seat, and you're thinking again, you're thinking, there's nothing up your sleeves this time. I know you, magician man, there's nothing going on. No, there's something. So we're driving around, and this story is so. Anyway, driving around, and I feel something again. I feel something in my shirt. I feel something in my sleeve, and I go like that and grab it. And I grab it. I don't think I killed it, but I grabbed it. I was sitting there and I'm like, man, I wasn't thinking this at the time, but I'm thinking it now. Why does this keep happening? Every year I have an incident. It seemed like. I'm thinking, shit. Okay, there's something going on here. So I grab this, and I'm like, man, why? Why does this keep happening? Probably because I leave my coat. When I was in my old house, I left my coat in this corner of the house. It was dusty. There was black widows. There was stink bugs. There was all sorts of stuff there. Apparently, right? I only found out later that all this was going on behind my back. They like to conjugate. Um, and so, not knowing if I disturbed the meeting place of some Black Widow CEO, I'm sitting there holding this thing on my arm, and I'm thinking, oh man, this bug. And I look at my mom, I look at Megan, and I tell them, guys, I don't know what's in my sleeve, but it's huge. It is giant, and I'm holding something in my sleeve. I felt it crawling on my arm. I don't know what this is. I'm scared to look at it. We're going through a thunderstorm. It's raining harder than you would think possible, okay? It's rain 2.0. It's the newest invention of rain. God's pissed. Everything's wrong. And I'm sitting there and I'm holding this and I'm like, okay. And for the next 20 minutes, my mom's trying to calm me down. Megan, my sister's trying to calm me down. She's trying to say, hey, it's okay. It's okay. We love you. You can handle this. You got this. Okay? It's going to be okay. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, nothing's right with the world. This is horrible. We're going through hell and this is my punishment, kind of a thing. So 20 minutes went by, 30 minutes went by, 40 minutes. You get the point. I was a terrified kid, okay? And this was one of those instances where being a terrified kid seemed justified. It never is, but, I was scared. And so I'm holding this, and eventually I'm like, okay, guys, I'm going to look. And I start lifting up my hand from my arm, and I have the sleeve on, okay, and I'm doing this, and I'm holding it, and then I eventually just like let go a little bit and kind of go like this, and I'm getting my sleeve and I'm pulling my pulling my shirt down, I'm doing that whole thing. And then I eventually feel where it is, and I turn it inside out a little bit so that I can see it. And at first, all I see is this brown mush. And I'm like, oh my God, this thing's huge. What is this? This thing is massive. And I keep seeing this brown mush. And now it's a lighter brown color. And then I see blue. And then I'm like, why is there blue? And then I'm like, uh-oh. And then I felt the stupidest I've ever felt. I had crushed a peanut butter M&M in my sleeve, and for almost an hour I refused to look at what this creature was, and I terrified myself with vividly I might add, with what I crushed, how poisonous it was, what it could do to me if in fact I did not kill it when I squished it, how mad it was going to be at me, all sorts of scenarios. But those are my sleeve stories. Okay, now when we talk about pants, we got so many stories about pants. No, not really, just sleeves. But anyway, hopefully you guys found those stories entertaining. If you would like to tip me, I do take tips. Um, but apart from that, my friends, I'm going to go to the bathroom. If you guys have a story of your own that you'd want to share, or just talk in general, we can do that. But I'll be back, okay, everybody? So sit tight. Hold on 1 second, guys. There we go. Got me a little snack here, so hold on 1 second here. All right, so we're open for questions now. Hold on. Hey, buddy. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's do, just for a minute here, let's do a meditation. And let's see what we can do. This will just be a peaceful kind of meditation. Just allowing ourselves to focus on our breath. Good night, Lady Libra. Have a good one. Sleep well. But let's try doing this really quick. Whoever's listening to this in the future, or whoever's watching it now, just allow yourself to relax. Be in a state of mind of kind of like contemplation, but just kind of letting things happen too. Just sort of allowing ourselves to have a still, calm mind. So that whenever there's a drop, whenever there's a subtle kind of feeling or vibration, we allow things to happen for us, and then we go back to the quiet. We don't sway too far. Okay, it's kind of like how when it's windy, the tree moves with the wind, but it doesn't uproot. Usually, the tree stays where it's put, but it moves with the wind. It's like waving back at the wind, and that's what I want us to be. The thought is the wind that moves the tree, but we are the tree, and we're going to allow ourselves to be grounded, present in the moment, and allow ourselves to feel our own atmosphere, so to speak. So let's do that. Let's see what we can come up with here. So do this for about 3 to 5 minutes and then go from there. So let's try this out here. Sorry, I fell asleep sitting up again. No, that was our meditation. Um, I actually felt pretty peaceful. I felt spirit starting to gather around a little bit. Um, Let me know if you guys felt anything felt anything during that kind of session. I'm trying to say sensation and session at the same time. Sensation. Obsession by Calvin Klein. There we go. I said it. But yeah, so you guys, that was kind of a little meditation that we could start out with. We can do a little bit more than that, but I just wanted to try that out and see how that felt. Because it's good to clear our minds and focus on the present. And the present is our experience now. So when we're meditating, we're just allowing ourselves to experience the present moment for what it is. And being free from thought or bias or anything else and just allowing ourselves to exist without thinking, it's actually pretty nice. A lot of us tend to get caught up in us, and in my opinion, it kind of recenters us, it resets things when we do our meditation. when we do something like that. Anything that helps us bring presence to the now is good. For instance, journaling can be a form of meditation. That's actually a really good one. Doing something where we're allowing ourselves to write things down and talk about them and experience them in the present moment again, it helps us to sort of organize our thoughts. And when our thoughts are organized, then we don't have them willy-nilly. We kind of have a place we can express things and we can understand ourselves better because we get to see it in written form. We get to read it back. We get to kind of understand that. I use journaling. For me personally, it's to document my emotions for the day, right? I'm still learning how to get in touch with my own emotions and my own self. And so having something that keeps me kind of accountable and keeps me coming back to a very safe space, right? Because I use my iPad. It's password protected, it's locked and everything. I feel like that's a private place for me to, share my thoughts. Um, but that's something that I like to do. Other people actually like to write with physical, pen and paper, whatever that is what the kids will be saying in 50 years from now. But that's something that I feel like helps me to focus, helps me to be present with myself, my thoughts, my feelings, and realizing that when I say that it's not a big deal and I don't care, through journaling, I have actually found out that when I say that, it is a big deal and I care very much, but I put on a front. I put on a show. Oh, that doesn't hurt me. It's not a big deal. I'm fine. Inside, it's a big deal. And I wouldn't have known that without journaling to help me put two and two together, to understand that I myself am a bullshit artist of the sort at times, with my own emotions, trying to corral them, trying to control emotions. It's trying to control emotions is a lot like trying to control diarrhea. Um, Parts are just going to leak out. Stuff is just going to leak out, and that's kind of the whole. That's the whole point with emotions. They're not meant to be contained. They're meant to flow. And when we try to contain them and they slip through our fingers, we say, "Whoops, that's the wrong move." But actually, that's the right move. We just haven't done it for so long that it's a little extra stinky this time, so to speak. But it's something that can actually help us quite a bit to be emotionally expressive. Journaling has helped me with that tremendously. Um, Exercising too has helped me to just get rid of that anxiety that I feel on a pretty regular basis. Exercise is really good for helping us with that. Any kind of exercise, even just walks, like something simple. Um, I have I'm someone who likes a familiarity. I like patterns. And so I have an elliptical and then I go for walks semi often. I want to do it more, but I don't. But those two things help me to get in a rhythm. When I'm walking, I don't view it as exercise. Um, or if I'm dancing, I don't view it as exercise. If I'm doing chores, I do view that as exercise. So there is that. But other than that, I view walking and doing stuff like that. It's good for you, and it's not like excruciating, at least for most of us. But that helps me to be centered and calm in what I do. And if you're focused in the spiritual world and you're working in that realm, you're going to be extra sensitive to things that disrupt that. And I'm realizing this now. I'm trying to take better care of myself now, and I'm trying to change habits. Only having one jar of peanut butter a day instead of two, and things like that. And that's something that I feel like is fundamental towards our spiritual development, and especially towards developing as readers or psychics or mediums or people that work in the spiritual realm. It's important to do anything we can to sort of increase our repertoire, our tool set, right? And I think that we've kind of lost sight with that because there's people out there, and I'm an INFJ, but I'm not giving judgment on this. This is how it is. This is how I see that it is. Um, there's some people that are really I have some hair in my mouth. There's some people that are really kind of like airy fairy, where it's kind of out there. You can't necessarily see what they're talking about. They feel stuff. They have their experiences, and that's great. they have their experiences, but they're not able to explain how they get their experiences, what they're doing with their experiences, but they're growing spiritually, and that's great. For me, I like people that are more grounded with their approach because I can understand that more. But some people may resonate with the more airy, like up in the air approach, right? So it's more light based. It's not ground based. It's more light based. I like to have explanations because without that, I would not be able to tune into my psychic ability. Someone telling me you just know, that doesn't help me. Someone telling me that it has to be done this way, but we don't know why, again, that doesn't help me. I want reasons for why we do what we do. I want reasons for why things are the way they are as much as possible, and how we can improve on our spiritual gifts. And so I think having emotional balance, having that um, be one of our primary tools is going to help us a lot. And then it makes it so that if I'm doing a reading for you guys, I try not to be biased. I try not to put my own bias, my own narrative on your story because it is your story. I try to come at it from an objective viewpoint and try to give a message. Sometimes it's just me talking, sometimes it's spirit or it's the psychic or it's the tarot cards talking, but at all times I want it to be free of judgment, and I want you guys to feel like, you know, you can come here and it's a pretty safe space. But I'm still learning. I'm still trying to grow, so I may not get it right every time. Um, but that's what I'm trying to do. Um, yeah. So if you guys have anything to say, You're welcome to say something or. And if not, that's okay too. But yeah, emotional presence is something that I've been working on, and that makes you a better spiritual worker in the sense that I allow another person's emotional state to be their emotional state, and then I can help them from my viewpoint with their emotional state. It's kind of like a scenario where imagine if someone's drowning, okay? And your solution to saving that person from drowning is to drown right alongside them. That's not going to help that person get better. You're just drowning too. It's important that if someone is drowning and they're having a difficult time, that the psychic or the medium is kind of on dry land and they can see that a person is struggling and they help to try to bring them out of that struggle from the land. Maybe they say, hey, swim over here, try doing something different, try this, try that, to try to get out of the water that you're in, and sort of see things from that perspective, which is what I feel like my spirit team does, right? When we do some of these mediumship sessions, some of these psychic sessions, I'm trying to lean more towards the psychic when I do these, but I'm still using tarot. I'm still using that as something because I feel like it's pretty valuable. But when we're talking about leaning into these abilities, when we're talking about that, I feel like it's also important to remember that we're still human and we will make mistakes. It's not about getting it right. It's about if we do something wrong, we try to make it right, or we try our best to do better from something because we're going to make mistakes, and that's just going to happen. But hopefully, as we get older, we make less and less mistakes, and hopefully, we can uh, avert mistakes before they happen when we get older too, so that we can kind of learn how the field works. because the psychic and the mediumship space as it stands now, it's not regulated in any way, and I don't know if it should be, right? But we need to be responsible with how we treat people that come to us, people that need our help. And sometimes I fall short, other people fall short, and it's okay for us to keep going, recognizing what we did and moving forward from that point. But yeah, that's the one thing that's been on my mind. You know, how can we be responsible with other people's emotions, you know? And the main thing is to come at somebody with curiosity and appreciation. Like, oh, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for coming to me for this issue. Let's see what we can do together. Let's see how we can resolve this. And that to me sends a message out to the universe where we're saying thank you for giving me the gift of being able to do this, but also letting me practice with it, letting me use it. Because without you guys coming on here and asking questions, there'd be no way for me to develop my abilities, right? So I need your guys' help to develop the abilities, and in exchange, I can say thank you so much for coming on here, continuing to support me, and just be grateful for that. Because without you guys being there, I'm not supported, right? That's kind of the whole thing. So it's in both of our interests to be there for each other and to help each other. But primarily, it's for us to grow and for us to realize that this channel is a safe space. People can come here, people can talk, and we can sort of start a dialogue and talk about things here, because other parts of the internet, they feel vapid, they feel like there's a lot of pretense, there's fakeness, there's overly opinionated people. And when I say overly opinionated, I mean people that are so rigid in their way of thinking that they insult other people that think differently. That's what I mean by overly opinionated. And I feel like this is a good place to start neutral discussions and to have discussions and, possibly friendly debates, but nothing that's too extreme. But yeah, it's something that I feel like is important. Having a channel or an outlet, and there's several of them out there. It's not just this one. There's tons of different channels and tons of different avenues that we can develop our abilities from. I just want this to be an additional space, something that you guys can come here and maybe you can see how I work and you can see what I do, and you can use that for your own practices if that's ever something you guys want to start. So that's why I do the teacher style stuff as well. I'm still learning. I by no means am a master teacher or anything along those lines, but I feel like I know enough that I can come on here and say, I feel like it's this way, or I feel like it's that way, right? So that's something that I feel like is important, to be present and to have presence with what's going on in our community. And if you guys have anything to say on that or with that, please feel free. And even while I'm talking, if you guys want to chat either with each other or ask me questions, please feel free to do so. It's not getting in the way, it's not slowing things down. I actually like there to be interaction on the channel. But if you're nervous about that, that's okay too. You guys can just hear me talk, so don't feel pressure that you have to say anything. But I do like the interaction. I do enjoy that. Because I get to learn something too. I get to learn something from you guys, or I get to hear something from you guys. Okay, so what topics would you guys want to talk about? You just post a topic and we can talk about it, or I can choose one here in a second. I'll give you guys time to type if that's something you want to do. If not, I'll just choose a topic. So I'll give you just a second here. Okay, so let's do this here. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so let's talk about. We talked about movies last time, talked a little bit about music. Um, WandaVision is really good. I mean, there was a lot of hype for it, and I was thinking it was going to be disappointing. Really liked it. I'm someone who really likes atmosphere when it comes to movies. Like, it's the reason why I like a movie or I won't like it. I know it's a little weird, but that's me. I like the atmosphere. I feel like if a movie has good atmosphere, then I'm going to like it. Generally, again, the good acting is going to help a lot there too, but um, they just did such a good job with the pieces of the set and how they set things up. set things up. But they did such a good job with that. And I feel like honestly it's worth the hype in my opinion. I felt like it was really good. I felt like it was unique. I felt like it was original and I really liked it. I really thought it was a good little show. Have you guys watched anything recently that you've been enjoying or anything from the past that you've been enjoying? Okay, let's see, what else can we talk about? I know that as it comes to um, I mean, here in Utah, especially, it's something that's interesting. And I know I talk about, you know, it's very surface talk to talk about the weather, but actually here it's very interesting. So I live in a desert kind of climate. No, no real big bad creepy crawlies or anything. It's not like desert, but it gets hot enough in the summer that it's uncomfortable, and it gets cold enough in the winter that it's uncomfortable. So yeah, I'm in that situation where it's been a desert environment. I've known that to be the case. We've been in a drought for about 5 or 6 years, and I've known it to be, drought times. It's just like be careful with your water, how much water you use, stuff like that. Like for gardening and for farmers, things like that. My town's fine so far, but it's, kind of a struggle because you're seeing your supplies go down, you're seeing things happen. But then this year, we've been hit with so much rain. Um, had to bail out our window well collects the water and then it will seep into the house. It just will. It's fun. And so we had to bail out our window well and get stuff set up to make it so that the water couldn't come in and hurt the carpet. And by the way, if you guys are ever thinking um, of a good item to have just in case your basement floods, ever, like a really good item to have, is going to be it's a carpet shampooer, and especially if it's flooding. What that can do is it goes into the carpet, it picks up that flood water, and then you can just dump it out. And you can make it so you get there before your carpets stink with that moldy smell and you have to get your carpets replaced. We've had to replace our carpets downstairs, I think 3 times, and each time it was $1,000. So um, a little expensive to get your carpets replaced. So, long story short, go ahead and buy yourself that $200 carpet shampooer if you feel like flooding can happen. If flooding does happen, use that. It's going to help save you some money. Um, it's it's a good investment. It's a really good investment to have. And so just the rain itself has been that's been a bizarre thing. I know 2021 has been bizarre in general, but the rain that we're getting in a desert state, the rain that we're getting here, it's unusual. It's just like out of nowhere, and it's a lot. I mean, our window well, it normally takes, I don't know, like if it was raining and it was steady and we didn't have our stuff set up, it would take hours and hours for that thing to fill up to the point where it would flood. This happened within 30 minutes. I mean, it was so fast, and the raindrops were just thick, some thickety raindrops, big old boys. Okay, big chunky, big chunky rain. And good lord, it was crazy. Bailing that out and just being in the muck and just ugh. And rainwater, when it's collected in a window well, and then you have to go out and grab it and bring it in. We had to sanitize our bathtubs because that's where I put the water, right? You collect it, you have to dump it out somewhere. And oh, it was miserable. And then some water did seep in to the carpet, so we couldn't get there in time. There was no way that we could have gotten there in time to see what was going on. And so that's where the carpet shampooer, we used that helped so much. There's no smell in there, and in this house when a room floods it reeks, and so there's no smell. The room actually smells pretty good. So yeah, honestly, it's nice. It's really nice. But I mean, there's only so much we can talk about carpet shampooers on a tarot channel, right? But definitely, if you're worried about flooding, get one of those. I never thought we needed it until we got a carpet shampooer that we actually use to shampoo our carpets, but it's got an option where, like, the shampooer picks the stuff back up and it cleans. And so we use that to suck up the excess water, and that helped tremendously. And well worth it. Well worth it to have that. Plus, we got it as a Christmas present anyway. It didn't cost us anything, but Yeah, just something good to have that's on hand. Well, let's see. Let's see what else we got here that we can talk about. Guessing everyone must be out on Friday. I can understand. The youthful folks, they get up to hijinks on Friday time. I'm just doing a little bit of drawing here. Nothing fantastical. I just like to draw things with little points and stuff on them. It's interesting to me. I don't know why. But then do we have to know why we do the things we do? I feel like that kind of limits us. Why do I like this? Why do I do this? It's good to examine things, but at a certain point, the examining takes us away from the present moment of experiencing the thing that we're doing, and eventually it just becomes a hindrance. If we enjoy it, just, enjoy it. Why do I need to analyze it, Well, I'm thinking here, unless there is a person with a question coming in, I'll give it until about 11 o'clock, so another 45 minutes. But if it doesn't pick up here, I'm thinking at 11 I'm going to say sayonara, my friends. Just because that's how it happens sometimes. It's just how it goes. So I'm going to light another incense here. We'll enjoy that while I draw, and we'll do some more talking. So hold on. You're good. No. Hey, don't attack. I like having my leg intact. Dear friend. We're going to light some frankincense incense, and hopefully that makes some frankincense. Oh, these smell incredible. If you guys had smell-o-vision, it smells really good. There we go. All right. So let's look at this really quick. Okay. So we'll do this here. I'll move that over. What's your guys' favorite incense smell? For me, the frankincense smells good, but I like the, we use a brand called Wildberry, is the name of the brand, and they've got some really good smells. They've got sugar cookie, which is really good. Pumpkin spice, I believe is what it's called. Also, very good. Let's see, what else do they have? I believe they have, they have a dragon's blood one. I haven't lit that one yet, and the one I had at the very start was Palo Santo and Sage, or Santo and Sage, I think is what they call it. That one smelled really good too. And they do wax melts as well. The rum raisin wax melt is incredible, and that's coming from a person who does not understand raisins. I just never have gotten. I've never been a raisin person. More of a cornflake guy myself. Wink. No, I've just never been that way. I've never been that the guy that likes raisins. Is there any foods you guys don't like? I'm getting used to them now that I'm older, but when I was younger, I hated raisins. Hated them so much. Had a lot of food aversions when I was younger. Kind of scared of food, actually. Yeah, buddy. Hey, buddy. I was going to say another movie, and I forgot to mention this last night, or Wednesday night. Another movie that I really like is Beetlejuice. That's a good one. I always thought that one was really fun. I didn't see that one until I was slightly older, but when you have a movie that you've never seen, you watch it and then it instantly becomes a classic in your mind. That's what I love. I love that. It's like, oh, how could I have gone so long without seeing this movie? And that's what Beetlejuice was to me. I was probably 13 or 14 when I watched it the first time. And then I was actually quite a bit older before I watched it from the beginning, um, like the whole way through, because I would always catch it on like TNT or TBS or something, and I would catch it late. And so I would always catch it like 45 minutes into the movie. I don't know, whenever they do that, ayo, ayo, I'd seen a little bit before that, but that was kind of the part that I would always come in on. And that was a fun scene. They all dancing around and shit. I like that. Yeah. So, what would be my favorite colors right now? Something that I'm really enjoying is like teal. Teal is, well, you can actually see my favorite colors right now. I'm using teal for the text on this, and then I'm using the red here. Love those two colors together. So yellow, red, and this teal color, they're some of my favorite colors. Um, but I don't know if you guys have a favorite color, but for me, it's those ones right now. I tend to change my colors on a whim, but I really like the way these ones look together up here and the ones down here too. You'll notice it's a lot of reds and blues with me. Just doing some doodling down here. If you guys have any questions, you would be the first in line, or you can just chat with me, just if we're asking questions to each other like people talking to people. If you're not asking questions like in a psychic sense, we can kind of go from that angle too. Hold on one second here. Okay. So if you guys have any topics you want to talk about, we can do that, or I can just pick another topic. Um, where is your favorite place to get a scab? I'm gonna say my like my elbow is probably my favorite. This is why we don't let me pick the topics. Okay, it's always going to be scab related. I don't know why it's that way. It's just how I am. Okay, here's a good one. If you guys could have any superpower, what would it be and why? Why would you want that superpower? So for me, without a doubt, superpower would be flight. Okay, like flight, but with some alterations. I'd want to be able to fly in a well air conditioned or heated bubble, depending on where I'm going. I would like to be I'd like to be invisible when I take off, and I'd like to be invisible when I land, and I would have complete control over the flying. There would be no way to mess it up. There'd be no way to like crash land. It would just be kind of a spontaneous, like it would be instantaneous, and it would be wherever I was, and it would just activate all the time. But again, the air conditioning, heating, I'd want to be comfortable while I was flying. And I'd want to be able to go as fast or as slow as I wanted to. So, like, I could get to a place in an hour if I wanted to, or I could take my time, get there in a few hours. But that's what I would do is flight with air conditioning and heating, respectively, and the invisibility. So, I want all powers. It's a little cheating, but what would you guys choose? Let's see, what else could we talk about here? Alright, guys, give me 1 second. I will be back. I'm just going to leave for a second, but I'll be right back, okay? Hey Maxine, how are you doing? I'm doing well, Maxine. Just kind of online here. It's been a bit of a slower night. That's okay. Sometimes these things happen. But been talking, telling stories, and yeah. I feel like Friday nights are more of kind of a busy time for people, I think. Same here, just chilling. Perfect, perfect. Well, let's if you want, you can pick a topic and we can talk about it, or I can pick a topic. So you decide, Maxine. Seeing as it's just us chilling. What I mean is, you decide if you want to pick a topic or if you want me to pick a topic. Okay. Um, talked about movies last time. Hmm. How long have you been? Well, maybe we've talked about this, Maxine. I can't remember though. How long would you consider yourself "quote unquote" spiritual? How long have you felt like you've been in that realm? Diving deep, about 4 years. Nice, nice. And before then, would you say there was like hints of spirituality in your life? Like not really something you were focused on too much, but just sort of blips in and out. Nice. Okay. What would you say you like about spirituality, Maxine? What's the thing that draws you to it? You like to study. That's a good answer. Not that there's a right answer, but that's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah, for me, it's kind of similar. It's something I can do that I feel like helps increase my overall well-being. Eventually, I feel like there's times where being spiritual definitely has what it feels like downsides, um, but there's also a lot of upsides too. The downsides being, I feel like, anxiety, depression, things like that. But the upsides being a truer sense of genuine self, a deeper sense of being able to express yourself emotionally, and just sort of being more in the moment, more in the present. So I think there's ups and downs to it, but studying spirituality, there's tons to study. I think you could spend a lifetime on just one aspect of it, you know. Really get in there, really get all the details that you can out of it. So there is a lot to study. So I can definitely understand that. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. My cat, of course, always has things to say. He's very opinionated as far as mackerel tabbies go. You can tell they're a mackerel tabby because they got the little M on their head, which is cute. He has his own initials. Okay. Nope. And he also likes to bite. And then be loving. He's a very interesting little guy. Let's see, what else were we talking about here? I was mentioning another movie that I liked, Maxine. The Beetlejuice movie, I thought was really good. Really liked that one. They keep talking about doing a second one or a sequel, but it keeps being put on the shelf. I really liked that one. I thought it was really cool. But yeah, let's see, what else? What else? What else? I feel like I'm so bad at coming up with stuff on the spot. I'm trying to think here, guys. If you guys have a topic, you can totally put it up there and we can discuss it. Unless it's a personal question that only benefits you directly, you don't have to pay. So if you guys have just a kind of a general question that everyone can look at, equally wonder about, then we can definitely do that. because I do like an active chat. I do like you guys talking to each other or to me or whatever makes you feel comfortable. I understand, though, that some people talking is kind of it's a little much sometimes. I feel like sometimes a lot of you guys just come here to hear me talk, not necessarily to talk to yourselves, and that's okay. That is just fine, my friends. Okay, let's do this here. Okay, so we got Corey and Maxine. So, do higher dimensions exist? And then Maxine says astrology. So, Corey and Maxine, I'll address your question here. That's a good topic. Astrology is a good topic. Do higher dimensions exist? So, Corey, when you say a higher dimension, do you mean like a higher frequency? Okay. The Bardo. I'm trying to remember. Heard that word before. Right, realm or state of transition between life and death. I feel like when we're talking about higher dimensions, it's kind of like where you would put your perspective or your consciousness. I feel like that either lessens or heightens your sense of direction in whatever it is you want to do. For instance, in the book, in this book, hold on. There we go. I believe in the higher self, but I believe in it kind of like this. Right. It's like an antenna. It's like you're tuning into a station or something like that. I can give you kind of a description of what I'm talking about here. So, hold on. Let me move this over. Flip this around. We're talking about Bardo. We're talking about life and death. We're talking about the different dimensions. Oh yeah. So this is what I was talking about. So imagine it like this. Okay. So imagine that we are who we are right now. Okay. So like I'm Chance. You're Corey, or you can use your name there. But here's what I feel like is true for me at the moment. Hopefully this makes sense. So give me just a second here as I crudely draw something. Here we go. And then we can go like this, 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 this. Okay. Oneness frequency, yes. Yes. Okay, so I'll say it like this. This is what I believe to be true. Does not mean it's true. Okay? It means my experience, my reality up until this point, this is what I've come to. I am allowed to change my opinion whenever I damn well please, and it will change. Being locked into one way of thinking doesn't sound very fun. But for right now, this is what I think. So, we have this. Word up there is facets. Okay? Imagine each and every one of us is a gemstone. Now, every time we live one of our lives, we're living one of the facets of our gemstone. So that shine, that glimmer that is us, our soul, has sparked in and out of consciousness, each time inhabiting a different facet, a different lens for the universe to express itself through. And when there's just a little bit of a bending of light in that facet, the reality changes, things shift, perception changes. And so what I believe is that the higher self is the cumulative knowledge that is all combined and put together from all of our past forms of existence. So it's kind of like when we're born into this reality, I only know myself as chance. I don't know myself as my life 3 lifetimes ago, 4 lifetimes ago, 1,000 lifetimes ago. I don't know who those people are. But I feel like the higher self is a cumulative approach. It takes everything, all the experiences, all the stuff. It helps form the personality when we're born. That's what I believe. So we're living facets. And that's also why I believe that mediumship is that way as well. You're communicating with the spirit could already be in a different plane of existence, but you're communicating with a facet of that spirit personality, and it's coming through. You're bringing through the soul, the facet of the soul at the time of the person knew before the person passed. I've noticed if you ask, you shall receive, and when you receive, you are free to accept or reject. Then you are free to ask again. Yes, I agree with that too. Absolutely. But Corey, does what I say, did that, I don't want to say does that make sense to you, because you don't have to believe what I believe, but did it make sense how I said it? I guess. I mean, did you follow what I was saying? Even if it's not necessarily true for you. Okay, perfect, perfect, awesome. So the higher self being this angelic being on a cloud, I don't see it. I see it as the okay, okay. That's how I see it right now. I haven't had anything challenge that perception or belief yet. Maybe it will. But is there a higher, okay. But is there a higher self that is beyond time, perceives differently, different reality, that decides to incarnate here? Yes, I think so. I think there's something that's beyond time. The only reason we have time here is because we're mortal. We're linear beings, right? We have a past, present, future. It's all spelled out for us. It's linear. I've heard in the spirit realm it's non-linear, meaning time doesn't exist, or rather everything happens all at once or not at all. It's kind of like things just happen, right? Right, yes, I do believe there's a lot more out there. Personally, myself, yes, I believe there's a lot more out there, especially when I've done mediumship. Right, oneness, and that's something different, but being above us in dimensions. Yes, I think so. I mean, to me, it makes sense. It's one of those things I'm definitely learning to make sense of. That when aligned, hey buddy, that's a sad song. Yeah, that's a lot of murder. That's a lot for a kitty. Would potentially bring you closer to access those tones of higher frequencies. I think so. I mean, I honestly think, Corey, Alan Watts had something that he said, and maybe you were here when I talked about this, I can't remember, but I've never had that happen, Maxine, but the object falling out of a sky is called an apport. When a spirit manifests something physical right in front of you, it's called apporting, and it's usually something that happens in physical mediumship. Sure, Corey, go for it. And I've felt an imprint next to me, or I've seen an imprint. I feel like I've had that experience. Maybe I haven't. Uh, it feels familiar though. But the object falling from the sky, that is definitely an apport. Like I said, that happens in physical mediumship. One physical mediumship happened where a spirit, someone said this spirit, I think his name was Silver Cloud or Silver Birch. I think that was the name of the spirit, a well-known spirit that worked in these communities or these things. It was in a physical mediumship circle, and the spirit, when it would come through, would give jewels as like a gift to the people that were sitting there. One lady asked for an Egyptian scarab beetle, right? And she got it. The spirit gave her that Egyptian scarab beetle, and she went to go see if it was legit. She went to a pawn shop or she went somewhere to see if it was legitimate. It was, and it was missing from a museum. Or it was one of the things that was missing. So it was kind of a funny thing, but she actually did get an authentic Egyptian scarab beetle jewel pendant thing. So pretty cool stuff. So apports can happen, absolutely, where physical objects will just appear seemingly out of nowhere. Generally, physical mediumship takes place in a dark room with like a red light usually. It's fascinating stuff. Physical mediumship is really interesting. But yeah. I hear you, but yeah. Liberation in the karmic reincarnation cycle possible, I mean, for extremely enlightened / masters of conscious control and exploration. I think so, Corey. Oh, I think so, Corey. Um, I do think so. I think it's possible for us to get out of the reincarnation cycle. I was going to talk about Alan Watts and something that he said, and we can kind of go into that a little bit, but it's something that stuck with me, and I love it. Spirituality goes very deep, Corey, and I can talk about other things too that go deeper down the rabbit hole. This one, though, this is interesting. So, Alan Watts talked about something, and it kind of goes in line with what you're saying. So, you said, oh, okay, this is a big topic in a way, but maybe I can sort of help understand that. Hey D, how's it going? So here's what I feel like is true for the scenario. Okay, so we have um, Alan Watts describes this kind of scenario here. So he says, imagine that every time you were to fall asleep, you could dream 70 or 80 years at a time, right? You could dream 70 or 80 years at a time, what we would call a normal lifespan. Every time you sleep, you awaken a dream, and you can have whatever dream you want, okay? He said for the first few months of doing this, every time you'd sleep, you'd have 70, 80 years of life that you could do whatever you wanted with. At first, you would have fun, and it would be just pleasurable, and it would be amazing. It would be, you know, all sorts of things going on all the time. And that would be great. But eventually you would grow bored of that. You would grow bored of nothing but endless pleasure. Because you would. The brain becomes lazy. Things happen. If all it is endless pleasure, there's nothing counteracting that, then there's no way to enjoy the pleasure that we're getting because it's never ending. Eventually you're like, oh, this is exhausting. I want to try something else. So, 3 or 4 months into this 70, 80 year dream that we have, we realize, okay, well, I'm going to try something a little bit different. Now we're imagining something else. We decide that when we go to sleep, we don't want to know what happens to us. We don't want to have any idea, and to be extra sure, we strip away all powers from the person. We take away all the godhood out of the person. We take away all that, and instead we give them a random button. So now you fall asleep, and when you dream, it's going to be random. And you'll have no idea what's going to happen, and you don't have any powers. You don't have anything that you can use to solve your way out of it. You just have to live life the way it is, and it's kind of random. We learn lessons, but we have things happen to us. And right now, I think that's what we're doing. I think we went through the pleasure part. I think we went through all these other parts, and now we're just living life in the random button part. And I feel like once we understand life to a certain extent, once we get it, there's no reason for us to incarnate anymore. We've learned the lessons. So I don't feel like we would keep incarnating if we learned the lessons. I feel like eventually we step beyond this plane of existence. And if you look into the Tibetan rainbow body and stuff like that they talk about, you'll see what I'm talking about. Those people, when they ascended, they went into what's called the rainbow body. What would happen is that a monk would decide when they were going to die, right? When they were going to transition, and they would sit, they would meditate, and they would pass away. But when you go into the rainbow body state, when you pass away, what happened was the monk's face appeared to get smoother and smoother, right? This was an old man, and it got smoother and smoother to the point where the monk almost looked like a child. And then after that, the monk shrunk down to, I think it's like a 4-inch tall kind of weird looking human thing, right? It's like this 4-inch tall thing. And then it would just turn into ash. And during this process, I think it takes about 10 days. So the monk's body completely just goes back into the ether, right? And during this process, angelic music can be heard, and people are so overwhelmed and happy and joyful that it's like beyond words. But the angelic music part's interesting. They actually had a Catholic priest go and document this himself when this was going on. I can't remember the priest's name, but he went and he documented that. And it's very, very interesting stuff. It's very fascinating stuff. But the shrinking down of the body and the monk appearing to get younger, that stuff is what's crazy. And the pyramid one, exactly, you would be, well, you wouldn't have a choice, Corey. It's, from what I understand, it's this spontaneous celebration of life that happens. There's rainbows, there's like it's literally what you would think heaven would be, but it's someone passing on. But because they reached that level of body, a crystalline frequency would be a way of saying that. Absolutely, Maxine. It's like that level of, you no longer need to incarnate anymore, and I think other people get to celebrate that with you. The universe loves, I think, when we kind of graduate from our kindergarten. I call this reality kindergarten. I don't think this is anywhere close to how reality really is. I think this is just another part of the dream. But that's my kind of opinion on that. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. And let's see. I wonder if I even have it in here. I wonder where I put that book. I did bring the one book out, though. Dude, I'm so in love with spirituality. I'm so glad to celebrate this with you. Awesome, my friend. Corey, you're awesome, and to be able to celebrate life, to be able to go through this, it's fun. It's a wild ride. I believe we're the universe, and Alan Watts talks about this too. Each and every one of us is the universe playing hide and go seek with itself, and we find these little, like right now, Corey, you're finding these little tidbits of universal knowledge. You're finding these little things, and you get excited. You feel like there's something resonating here. There's something here, and the universe loves that. The universe loves giving us those little inklings of information, those little tidbits, right? The breadcrumbs. And I feel like it's just such a cool thing, and there's more to it than that too. There's this one right here. This is interesting stuff too. Supernormal. Okay, a book by Dean Radin. Okay, Science, Yoga, and the Evidence for Extraordinary Psychic Abilities. So this is really good stuff right here. This talks about the siddhis in some way, shape, or form. Siddhis are what are called the psychic perfections. If I'm correct in saying this, there's 23 different ones, and each of them range in type and all that kind of stuff. But each one of these siddhis happens on our way to achieving enlightenment. So these siddhis are a byproduct of us unshackling our mind and being able to step into that. Now, when I say unshackling our mind, I don't mean unshackling the brain. The mind to me is like the spiritual brain. The mind is this bigger circuitry that's connected, and when we unshackle that, when we get rid of all that's not us, we can do some amazing things. When I first encountered the truth, oneness, and actually listened to this one long video, it hit me. I had to pause the video, stand up, and pace alone in my room, processing what I just heard. I was in utter shock. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you heard something and it struck a huge chord in you. The most amazing shock I've ever felt in my life. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it was still amazing. I understand, Corey. I understand what you're talking about. It's something that you felt. You felt a strong sort of calling to it, right? But that's part of it. That's the whole part. And right. And Terence McKenna also talks about a lot of the ego death and things like that, trying to get it. Oh my God. Yeah, absolutely. You're in love with the spirituality concepts, Corey? Just the truth in general. Absolutely. Absolutely. And all of it, I mean, I say this all the time. Truth is subjective, right? It's kind of what we're feeling to be true. The mechanics of life that you can somehow understand through yourself. Okay. Okay, I hear you on that. Okay, Maxine. We'll see you here in a minute. By the way, if anyone's watching this, if you guys have any questions here, right now I'm just talking for fun. This isn't a paid reading, so paid readings would take priority if you guys have a question that you're personally wondering about that's like more personal. Corey's just asking me questions. We're just having a conversation. I am doing well, Denise. How are you doing? I'm going to be talking with my mentor next week on getting the psychic class going. Hopefully sometime in August, October, I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to try to get that pinned down. So you guys stay on the lookout for when my classes go up. It'll be $40. It'll be a 2-day thing. Hopefully enough people can make it. I'm hoping for 10 people, at least 10 people. We're going to do partner exercises, but there's also going to be explanation on psychic ability from someone who has written a book, and also he has helped. He's helped with some murder investigation stuff too. So he's the real deal. He's legit. I like this guy a lot. So if you guys are into that, like I said, I'll try and get that set up. $40, 2-day kind of thing. From what I understand. If it changes, I'll let you know. But last time we talked, it would be a 2-day kind of thing. Absolutely, Corey. There's so much. There's so much more than just that, just those senses. I was reading a book the other day, and it said this. So we have our physical senses, and then we have our psychic senses. So you have your physical senses. You have uh, clairvoyance, which physically would be uh, clear seeing, so seeing with the eyes. You have clairaudience, which is clear hearing. Okay, so physically it would be hearing. The counterpart to that one. You have clairalience, which is clear smelling or clear smelling. You have clairgustance, which is tasting. So like your taste buds, your tongue, and then you have well, you basically have touch, like a sensation of touch. You love reminiscing about that shock. Yep, that's the fun part. That's the fun part. Those moments, those are what give us that sense of being alive, being in the moment, being fully in this thing, and that's awesome. But so you have these. Awesome. Denise, I'll let you know. I got you on the email list. Um, so we have these psychic senses, and we have the original senses. Well, someone posited, and I kind of go with this theory. They said, what if our psychic senses were the original senses, and then the physical senses developed on top of those? So it's kind of like switched around. But we've become so, we've fallen in love with our physical senses so much so that we won't even allow ourselves to have an affair with the spiritual senses, so to speak. So, and a lot of people think we have to choose one over the other, and we don't. Both of them can exist simultaneously, but there's this tendency to be like, it's like a dance, it's like a delicate dance. Hold on. You were like, nope, no new age bullshit for me. That's good though. You're in as well, Maxine? Okay, perfect. So my website should be linked down below, and you can enter your email address. There should be a tab that says classes. You don't have to pay for anything now. It's just to put you on an email list so that when my classes do go live, you guys will be notified. I forgot why, but I saw it and recommended, or maybe I went to give it another chance. I forgot. But the second time, I slowly started listening and thinking through his logic and brought up some examples which resonated with me. Absolutely, teachers that can give you comparison examples of this versus that, or just examples in general, that's going to be the most powerful teaching tool. And what I think is interesting about spirituality is, regardless whether you believe it or not, it's there. There's people that are having experiences. You can choose to think everyone that's spiritual is crazy. I'm sure some are. I'm sure there's some crazy people no matter what, but I think just stopping and listening and putting things on pause show that, not being rigid. Then Shock pauses the video, paces around the room in silence, thinking and processing, just eyes wide, shock, joy, fear, shock, joy. Yeah, exactly. You're going to process through different emotions like a sleeping octopus. Look it up and you'll see what I'm talking about. Because octopuses, when they sleep, or octopi, when they sleep, they change color. It's fascinating. They go through all sorts of different patterns in their head. You guys need to see that. It's interesting. Of course, Corey. Of course, I went through similar experiences. I went through disbelief. I had experiences happen to me where it was impossible to believe in what I believed in before, but I was still attached somewhat. I appreciate you sharing it with me too, Corey. That means a lot to me that you trust me with that, because that's a vulnerable thing when we realize something like that. When we realize a bigger truth is out there, possibly. And then Maxine says, yes, I have learned the 3D programs you to ignore your gifts. 3D meaning program. Okay. Okay. That part I understand. 3D, the 3D programs you to ignore your gifts. I absolutely believe that, because the 3D world forces you to be like, what's in front of your eyes is all there is and all there ever will be. Okay? Never mind the bunch of frequencies that other animals can see that we can't, things that animals can hear that we can't. Those don't exist. Air isn't real. And no, I'm just kidding. But it's like, well, it's an interesting thing. The way I would describe it is like this. You guys tell me if you like this metaphor. I'm trying to figure this metaphor out. Hopefully this makes sense. If I told someone about the wind and they had never experienced it, they didn't know what the wind was, the best way that I could show them what wind is would be on a windy day. I point to a tree outside and I say, look at that. Look at what's going on with that tree. And that person might think that maybe the tree's moving by itself. Maybe something's going on. They've never experienced wind before. But the wind is what we have to experience life. The wind is the subtlety of life. And for a lot of people, the wind never blows. They don't know what that is. And a lot of times there can be a subtle breeze and you wouldn't even notice it out there. But when it comes to having the wind blow and you can see a whole tree move from something that's invisible, that to me shows how powerful spirituality can be, because there's those invisible forces that can affect physical reality. You don't see the wind, not usually, and I feel like spirituality is the same thing. Both can move immense objects. They can change perspectives. They can do something that's very powerful. And I view spirituality like the wind in a lot of ways. But that's the exciting part, that one can go from a self-identifying atheist to here, and I am confident after my initial research, I don't think anything. This is something people know, which is why they dedicate their lives to it. The stories of the religious messiahs and religious practices don't exist out of pure dogma. No, they don't. There's something to it. And the siddhis that I've talked about, there's something to those too. Humans actually gain abilities. They gain these supernatural abilities through absorption, which is interesting. I can go more into that if you guys are interested, but it's through an ability to be able to observe and absorb, and kind of like all of us are. I don't know if you guys know who Kirby is from the video game world, but all of us are Kirbys, essentially, but with psychic spiritual abilities, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Dean Radin's doing really good. He's done some research into psychic ability in the scientific realm, bringing that into the public eye. He's doing really good. I think he works for the Noetic Research, something I can't remember, but he's doing stuff with his science and his background that is proving that psychic ability has effects. Even more, I mean, the government already knew this, other people already knew this, and now he's starting to bring it more to the main, to the. You're gonna go to the bathroom. I'm hoping. Oh, Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its. Okay, get your Cheez-Its, man. Come on back when you get your Cheez-Its. I always say I'm going to the bathroom, so maybe you guys don't do that. I'm probably the only one that goes to the bathroom, but uh, when my son was young, I would blow gently at him and say nice. I liked that. And I think oh, there's a lot. There's a lot out there, but the super normal book here, this one, really good. I've liked it. I've read some of it. I will be honest, sometimes it gets a little too technical for me. Um, but I like the book. I like the presence of there being an observation and a study of psychic ability. One of my friends, who, and I haven't talked to her in a while, I wonder what she's up to, but um, I'm glad, Denise, I'm glad that makes sense. I'm glad that makes sense because I've been struggling with that one for a while, to try and have it make sense. But one of my friends was someone who could astral project, and she went to a place where they would measure her brain waves as she would astral project and do this kind of stuff. And they had a person that would come in there, and he was able to do something that was pretty unheard of at the time. And she never gave me his name or anything, but these people have different abilities, and through scientific instruments they can test these abilities. So this person here that she was referring to, they would put him in a completely dark room, and they would measure the ambient light that was in the room, and they would baseline that light, and so the light would be at like a level 0 or something like that. But this guy could go into the room, and through conscious focusing, he could make like balls of light appear throughout the room and then like disappear, and he could do all sorts of crazy stuff. But he was able to manifest light, which to me is very fascinating. So he was able to take the concept of like focusing on a psi ball or a power ball kind of concept, and he was able to do something where there was actually huge measurable differences in the room. So if the room was at a 0 on the light scale, it would actually jump up to be like 10,000. So it would be 10,000 times brighter when he was focusing in that room versus when he wasn't. The room wasn't like glowing in the dark or anything. It wasn't like huge results, but the fact that someone could do that was fascinating. And there's other stories too. There's so many other stories. But when it comes to psychic ability, when it comes to um, physical things that happen through spiritual ability, I believe it's absolutely the case. I believe it can happen. It's rare, and generally, it's a distraction from the enlightenment process. Because when you have these he calls them supernormal abilities. When you have these abilities, you would think, okay, now I can have fun. But now I can have fun in life with cheat codes, kind of a situation. And that distracts you from the enlightenment, doesn't it? Having new physical abilities would distract you from the enlightenment or the spiritual concept of stepping into that role. So, Buddha, I think it was Buddha, would talk about how those abilities were actually distractions towards spiritual enlightenment. So, it was like the gateway to spiritual enlightenment is when you got these abilities, what would you do with them? And so, there's pretense, there's a lot of stuff that's going on there, but it's interesting stuff. It's really interesting. And so, Denise, you like that story, and Corey, you like that story, so that's good. Um, but yeah, do you guys have any other questions like that, or? Maybe he did, Maxine. Maybe he did learn how to create through trauma. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If you're talking about the light guy, I'm not sure how he did it exactly. But yeah, I believe right now we're on a precipice where a lot of people a lot of people kind of think about spirituality existing, and there's a focus on that. But I think as time goes on and science and spirituality actually start to conjunct, because I believe that a lot of spirituality is quantum physics based. And I believe once we start studying quantum physics more and we start focusing on spirituality, I believe they're going to come together, and we're going to look. I feel like there's going to be a future of spiritual technology. There's going to be quantum. There's going to be things that increase our psychic ability. There's going to be things that really ramp stuff up for us. And I think that's going to be what our future looks like. Our future will also have talking robots. That's going to be cool too. But, the psychic part I think is fascinating. The spiritual link between people, I think that's going to be something that's going to be observed, because, quantum physics works through a way of, if you observe something quantumly, it can actually change. And we've talked about the quantum internet on the channel before. We've talked about how that will work when that comes out. That'll be in like 2050, 2060 when the quantum internet comes out. But that's going to work on sending encryption, that if someone looks at that encryption, or if there's an observed looking of that encryption as it's going through the air, the data will actually change because someone looks, right? At least 10 to 20. I would say it'll take a while, Corey. It's going to take a while to get things going. I think so, Corey. Yeah, 10, 20 years. That sounds about right. I'd love it to be quicker, but I think you're about right. 10, 20, maybe 30 years. It's hard to tell with the spiritual technology and the tools. Absolutely, it's worth the wait. I personally believe it'll make us all better, but I do think there's going to be things we have to kind of, I guess, confront in a way. The way our society is, the way we've ignored certain things for so long, I think that's going to need to be confronted. Um, I think a lot of things will need to change, so that 20 to 30 years or 10 to 30 years, I do think is going to be needed for us to progress and for us to be able to use the tools that we get from the spiritual technological advancements and to be able to understand them. I think that's what's going to be the main thing. Clock Tower and Back to the Future, great movies. Haven't seen Clock Tower. I've seen Back to the Future though. Definitely have seen Back to the Future. That's a good one. There is some shenanigans that happen in that movie. It's all about shenanigans with me. If there is shenanigans and hijinks, I am there. Hold on 1 second, guys. Any other questions or anything we're wondering about? Um, I'll do my best to give an answer that to me makes sense. Maybe to you guys it'll resonate too. I don't know. Go for it, Corey. The clock tower is Back to the Future. Okay. Maybe I'm confused then, Maxine. I'm sorry. I was thinking something else. Haven't seen Back to the Future in a very long time. So I may need to go back to the movies to watch it. I hope you'll accept either answer, Corey, because if not, you're kind of holding me hostage, buddy. I don't believe that. It's like, okay. We can look, Corey. Need to know so you don't misread things. Okay. Being attracted or annoyed is interesting. That. Come on. If you're coming up. Are you coming up? If you're coming up, you can come up. You gotta come up here. No, he's good. Okay, Corey, let's do that. Hold on. You let me know when you've sent that money, my friend. I'm looking here. And then we can address the question. I need to watch it again. Honestly, Back to the Future. I like Michael J. Fox. I think he's really cool. And I liked how he was in Scrubs as well. And then, yeah. I just like Michael J. Fox. He's awesome. I've watched tons of, what's it called? The one with Michael J. Fox and he's the kid in the house. What is it called? It's a sitcom. It's not Family Matters. It's Family Ties. Family Ties, that's it. So I've watched that. All right, thank you, Corey. I got your payment, my friend. So I'll put you here. Hold on. Okay, so I got you on the list here. Let's move you over and let's look at this. So we'll use the Energy Oracle cards. I'm going to put this back. Hold on. Let me light one more incense, my friends. Let's see where did that go, right? All right, this is from the Wildberry brand. This is Dragon's Blood from Wildberry. They're incense makers. If you guys are looking for good incense, Dragonberry is awesome. Really love incense. Give a beautiful energy to a space. And whoa man, these smell so good. Wow. I'll try and see if I can describe the smell. They're really good quality. Wow, it smells good. Yoshi, we're in for a treat, buddy. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, let's look at the answers here. Let's get the question answered here. 1 second, guys. Sorry, I burped on camera again. That's going to be something I apologize for over and over. No burping on camera, that's what my mom told me. I'm doing it anyway, Mom. Let's do this. Okay. Let's see. Oh, cool. Okay, see, and I don't know that much about dragon's blood. So that's really neat. I didn't know it was used to seal wounds. Okay, so Corey's wondering, can you tell me if coworker Megan is attracted and or annoyed by me? I'll accept either answer. So is Megan... Okay, I see. Keep infections out. Well, there you go. That's what was needed back then for everything. Hey, Gigi. Hopefully the packing's going okay. I wanted to look into soap, like making soap. That sounds nice. It sounds relaxing. I'm always up for relaxing stuff. Anything I can do. I painted a rock it was a few weeks ago. And I'll tell you, I had so much fun painting that rock. But it was also hard to let go of the fact that I was painting a rock. But I did have fun doing that. I need to do more creative stuff. Making soap sounds fun. You're doing good, Gigi, okay? I know it sucks. I know it's probably not a fun thing, but you are doing good. And it's hard to be an adult. It is. Okay, so how does Megan feel about Corey? Your craft room's out of control, trashing most things. If you can hold on to the memories, that's what's important. But get rid of what no longer sparks joy. Okay, so we've got this. We've got walking away. This card right. See, Corey, this is what's interesting right here. Is she annoyed or is she attracted? Well, the cards say this. We have walking away, indecision in reverse, and the world card right here. I feel like she's still trying to figure out, how long have you known this person for, Corey? How long have you known this Megan person for? And what makes you think she's annoyed? 1 to 3 months. Okay. So what makes you feel like she's annoyed by you? You can be distracting. Well, if she cares about what you think, and sometimes you lose yourself in a topic, that's okay. That's okay. A strong point for presentations and shit, bad for combos at work. At times she does. Okay, Corey, so let me ask you this. You're good, Corey. You're fine. You can be yourself around her. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this, Corey. When you're talking to her, it's weird but nice. I understand that. I do understand that. Oh, you say dumb jokes to her. Hey, I'll let you in on a secret. A lot of guys do that. I do too. I am a fan of dumb humor. Or doomer, as I like to call it. That's a dad joke. And I'm good at bad dad jokes, right? See, there you go. So that's good. So I'm going to ask you this, Corey. So, is she, so let's say you're talking with this person. You guys are having a conversation. Okay, so let's do this, Corey. Here, focus here. Focus on this just for a second, and then we'll go into some other stuff. But if you're having a conversation with, well, I'm gonna go a little bit deeper, Maxine. So if we're having a conversation with her, we gotta look at body language before we know anything else. And so we have what the cards say here, but let's go from a logical perspective too. So let's go into this. So when you're talking to her, Corey, what is she doing? Is she listening to you? Is she looking at you when you're talking to her, or is she looking in the other way? Is her body and her face facing towards you, or is she like looking the other way and she's kind of listening because she's on her phone? That's one area we can look at. Absolutely, body language is a thing. 100% on that shit. And we'll get more into the body language. And you're behind another desk. Okay. When she has shit to do, she doesn't pay attention. Okay. Sometimes she's on her phone. Okay. Okay. Here's kind of something that we can use, but I have a good amount of time if we're listening in. When like passively taking calls, secretary. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so here's the other thing. Have you ever had a conversation or have you ever talked with her and there's any kind of physical touch or contact? Has there ever been a hug or has there ever been like a pat on the shoulder when she's talking to you, or has she ever touched you in a way that's like on your shoulder or anything like that? But she likes my humor. She says hi to you when she walks in. That's good that she says hi. Okay, okay. Let's see here. Awesome, Denise. Awesome. When you get things going, I may want to try some soaps from you. It sounds amazing. We do our shifts and in and out because we don't often come in contact. Her desk is behind mine, and not the little area. Mine's in front, smaller. Okay, okay. So here's something I want you to do, Corey. Get to know over time with this person. The only thing we can do at this point in time, because the cards are saying it's inconclusive at this point in time. So what you can do in the meantime is look at body language and look at if her actions are congruent with what she's saying and how she's moving. Meaning, the first one is if you're talking to her, if you can be in front of her, if you can talk to her, right? That's something where you can see if she's paying attention, if she's really there. If she cares about what you think, that's a good thing. If she can repeat back topics that you've talked about in the past and bring them into the present, Like, oh, that sounds like this. That shows she cares and she's interested, depending on the topic. However, and this is coming from me, I talk on here for 5 hours every other day, so I'm not exactly the most non-talkative person. But I will say this: sometimes it's good to be a listener, right? However, if she's not saying anything, we can ask questions to her to try to get responses from her. But it has to be kind of a more organic process. So, what is she interested in? What does she like? If we're always leading the conversation, even if she does like you, if you're always leading the conversation, that can be like a conversation hog. However, if we toss the ball of conversation to her and let her talk about herself, you know, that's going to be good. That's going to be good because it means that she doesn't feel like the conversation is just going to become you talking about what you like or what you're interested in. And I'm saying this from perspective because I have been that person. I have been there and I have taken a conversation and I've made it all about my interests and what I'm into, and I've been through that. Not saying that you're guilty of doing that, but I'm saying I have done that, so maybe that's something you've done too. Um, because the cards right here, I'm just feeling like it's still right indecision in reverse. I feel like she's still trying to make a decision here. So she's thinking about it, right? Um, and yeah, sometimes we get lost in the topic. Sometimes we get excited. Okay, I'm someone that I feel personally that I am on the. Um, I feel like I'm an Aspie, or I have like high functioning autism. I feel like I'm on that spectrum. I hyperfixate on stuff, and I'm very weird with certain things in my environment, and so I know that I can be a talker and I can talk a long time about things, and sometimes I miss body language or I miss cues from people that they're uncomfortable. I've been working on that. I've been trying to get better. But if you guys saw me talking to you face to face, you would see how awkward I was. The fact that, we're talking this way helps me, but it's just up to see how she reacts to you. Um, See if she talks to you first sometimes. See if conversations feel more organic between you guys. And if she's laughing, that's good. If she's opening up to you, that's good. But 1 to 3 months, deciding on if you like each other or not, there needs to be more time. And the way you guys spend time together at this point in time, it sounds like there's still a lot that needs to be kind of worked through for for you to know if she likes you or not. Body language, though, is a positive one. If her body is facing towards you when you're talking to her, again, I understand you sit in a desk behind her. But if there's occasions like that where you guys are next to each other, that's good. If you're talking to her and she touches you, that's also a good sign, like touching your shoulder or giving you a hug. Obviously, that's a good sign. Because people don't do that to people they don't feel comfortable with and possibly want a relationship with. But it takes time, and these things yeah, that just takes time. Yeah, there we go. Gigi said when fixing her hair or clothes, that's a good one too. If a girl is fretting about her physical appearance while you're around, that's also a sign of like she wants to look nice. Even though women look nice all of the time, of course they have to fix their hair that a little bit. But I'm the same way. Not with my hair, obviously not with my hair. And I'm wearing sweatpants right now. Okay, I'm not the same way. I'm not the same way. I should care more about my appearance, but sweatpants are very comfortable. Okay, Corey, what do you mean? Okay, so she does that. Maybe for snap pics, she snaps peeps when she's free. You're okay. I just want to understand what we're talking about because snapping peeps, are we talking about like Thanos eating some marshmallows, or are we talking about uh, is there a new app called Peepstagram or something? I don't know what you kids are into these days. I don't know what's going on. Uh, 1 to 3 times in a shift. Okay, that can be... Okay, when... Snapchat. Okay, Snapchat. That's still a thing. All right. I do not know about the internets you kids are on these days. So, changing her hair, what Gigi I think is referring to is if she's like looking at you or something and she's adjusting herself, she's like trying to look nice. Um, but that's okay. Gigi's on the same train. You didn't know either. That's okay. That's fine. We both didn't know. But if she's like, okay, imagine you're right in front of me. If I was doing this, if I was like pulling my stuff down, I'm talking to somebody, I'm adjusting, and I'm doing this kind of stuff while I'm looking at somebody, like in subtle ways, not like a crackhead where I'm like, but glasses almost fell off. But where I'm looking and I'm doing this and I'm trying to make myself look presentable, that's when someone could be interested as well. There's a lot of overviews. Like Charisma on Command talks about some stuff on developing charisma, on developing that as being kind of a skill that you can learn. Charisma or being attractive to people is something that we can absolutely learn. We can do storytelling. We can do a lot of different things. For instance, right now I'm using my hands. Did you know? And this is an interesting psychological thing. People think you're more honest if you use your hands when you speak a lot. Because when I do this, when I'm showing open hands and I'm showing those gestures, it shows honesty. It shows that I have nothing to hide. My sleeves being rolled up, me talking to you guys, that's a sign of me trying to say, I have nothing to hide. What's going on, and I'm using my hands as a movement, as like a way to move. But that's kind of the thing. Maxine is saying ask her out. I'm saying right now, I'm saying wait. I'm saying wait a bit. Because it feels like it's still too soon. Maybe we could see what the idea would look like, but asking her out right now, in my opinion, there we go. Gigi says I study people heavy, more or less read them by body language. And 90% of language is nonverbal, right? 90% of language is nonverbal. There you go. And Gigi has a point too. So if you work with her and it gets kind of awkward in that conversation, like you ask her out and she says no, but you're still there with her, that's kind of covering all bases there too. It's kind of like you don't want to date your coworkers or family members, because it makes things awkward, especially family reunions. No, I'm just kidding, just kidding. But seriously, we want to be careful with that because it is a work environment kind of thing. Hold on one second, guys. Every day, Gigi is people watching. I understand because I do the same thing. I do the same thing. I look at people, I try to understand where they're coming from, what they're doing, and I sometimes play a game where I try and feel what that person's feeling or like what they're going through. But it is important to realize that when we're talking about this, you guys are great in general. Oh, that's very nice, Gigi. Thank you. I try to make this a nice, comfortable spot for people to come here, and I'm glad that you guys are liking being here. And obviously, Corey getting advice from women about women, I feel like is pretty good. Maxine asks, what is the work policy for coworkers? Thank you, Denise. You're very sweet. You're very kind. My peeps are of a very bitter marshmallowy flavor. Black licorice peeps for the win, everybody. That sounds gross. So I take that back. But it is what I'm saying, and is what Maxine and Gigi and is what they're saying making sense too. I'll go with that. I said that earlier. I am definitely an INFJ, for sure. Wish I wasn't. I judge myself for it constantly, but here I am. INFJs are interesting. So INFJ is I wish I could explain what it is exactly. I know I'm an INFJ. I don't know a ton about it other than it means introverted feeling. I think introverted feeling something judging. So I'm an INFJ for sure though. I think I've taken the test a few times and I'm always an INFJ. And it's the Myers-Briggs test, I believe. And there's 16 different personality types. So an INFJ is one of them. It's introverted. An ENFJ would be an extroverted person. So I am definitely an introverted person. NI is perceiving, functioning, and NI Dom, and you share the same hardwiring. I am an INTJ, which means I think. There. INFJs are feelers. Yes. You are an idealist while I am irrational. Well, you are a rational. Okay. An idealist. Yeah, I can go with that. By the way, Winston's mom, how are you doing? Are you new to the channel? I don't think I've seen you here before. But you said, Corey, that it made sense, what we were talking about. So give it some more time and see if there's more of those signs. Like, and I know you have the shift things, and I know things can be different that way. But another good thing is if you have her phone number and if she ever texts you, that's a good sign as well. If she does something where she's reaching out and coming to you and you're not necessarily doing anything, that also shows that she likes you as well. You want to see if someone is reaching out when you're not as much, but you're very welcome, Corey. Thank you for helping to support the channel, my friend. I appreciate that. This is a reference to Kiersey's book. Reference to Kiersey's book. Please understand me, and I study Jungian typology. I also have my North Node in Neptune in Scorpio, so I lean a bit esoteric. Well, hello, Winston's mom. My name's Chance. This is, the channel. And introverted, and I am a Taurus sun sign. Moon is in Aquarius, and I'm a rising Virgo, I believe. But I don't know anything else. I wish I knew more about astrology. I wish I knew more about the nodes and different stuff like that. I primarily focus on, Jungian is good. Carl Jung is good. I believe I'm saying that right. I don't think I look at symbology of cards. I look at when I do psychic and my mediumship. I do that as well. So those are the areas I'm versed in. But it sounds like you understand the spiritual uh, principles of astrology and especially the personalities there when you came in. Um, you got the INFJ thing, so that I was impressed with that. I must. I'm wondering if I'm obvious. Probably to you, I'm pretty obvious with the INFJ. Um, but that's cool. That's really cool. And Gigi says Aries Sun, Sagittarius Moon, Cancer Rising. Maxine is Gemini Sun, Scorpio Moon here, and an introvert Gemini here for Denise. Right, I know that part. I know that part, Winston. The basics of the rising, the moon, and the sun. That part I know. I don't go any deeper than that. Like you're talking about the nodes and you're talking about the stuff like that. I do not know how to do that. Oh, a Van Gogh exhibit sounds awesome. Van Gogh was oh, he was cool. Yeah, so I know about that. I just don't know about the next, the I haven't looked into it more than that. I probably should, but it's that one doesn't call for my attention. I believe it is an awesome thing to learn, but right now in my life, I'm leaning more towards the psychic and the mediumistic side, and it doesn't really go into astrology as much. That being said, I think having astrology and doing the psychic work or just having astrology itself is an amazing thing to have. It's just for me, it's never been something that's come. It's never been something I've understood easily. It always makes me feel a little confused. Um, like when your anus is in Powerade and you're thinking, okay, I'm just kidding. When Mercury is in retrograde, I understand that shit's bad. Shit's bad. Or things are coming up, right? Things are coming up that haven't been resolved. Mercury in retrograde kind of brings things up to the surface that need to be resolved, and so it can seem like an ass kicker. But yeah. Okay. Need to keep packing. Do good, Gigi. Do good. We'll still be here for another little while, so put your phone down and oh, that's it. That's it. You just put your phone down. I need to learn more about numerology too, and I just know about the hero's journey, the symbology of the tarot, and then I have my psychic messages that I get. Okay, there you go. That's a good way of putting it, Winston. Winston's mom. Um, yes, I symbology which the ancients passed down. You can understand the symbology, the myths, the stories intuitively. Nodes are past and future, Maxine says. Okay. Need to look into it more. I really do need to look into it more. Um, I can agree with that. Intuitive or introverted intuition. That sounds like me, an introverted intuitive. Joseph Campbell phrased the term the hero's journey. He has very good lectures on YouTube on why we should study mythology. Anime does this to some degree. Yes, it does. Where you're coming from and where you're heading to. So the nodes are where you're coming from, where you're heading to. Okay. Add free will. Okay. And a dash of oatmeal and some milk, and you got yourself a good big bowl of oatmeal. Of like if we're adding ingredients, I can't have oatmeal. It doesn't agree with my stomach, but I still long for it. Let's see. So I'll agree. Anime, especially the way they talk about, they'll talk about the psyche of the character and the different symbology there, and how um, it sounds incredibly nerdy, but anime actually touches on a lot of this stuff and in a beautiful way. So I can agree with that 100%. Not the not the anime where it's just fight, 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 action, action, but animes that have heart. Bleach, Naruto, um, maybe Bleach not so much, but there's a lot of animes that touch on these concepts, and I think they're really good examples. I love astrology too, but it's taking me some time to understand it all. It's a lot, but love it, and numerology is my favorite. And like I said, need to look more into numerology too, but that's cool. The difference is extroverted intuition seizes new possibilities with enthusiasm, so they create art. The artist gets there first. They write, or they paint, or they create. Okay, so you would say the extroverted intuition is like the divine masculine's way of expressing itself spiritually through these kinds of gifts. And you would say the divine feminine would be the introverted intuition, which is more about kind of waiting, perceiving, and seeing the images and understanding the stories without necessarily experiencing them firsthand. Right? Was that kind of the gist there? Kind of the sun and the moon analogy, where the sun is the masculine, it goes out, it's bright, it shines, where the moon kind of takes the shine from the sun and it uses that, but it also has its own kind of glow to it as well. So the feminine and the masculine sort of complementing each other through the introverted and the extroverted um, archetypes, I guess would be what you would call it, or not symbology, archetypes. Hopefully, what I said made sense, but I feel like when we're talking about psychic ability, when we're talking about this kind of stuff, it it's hard to pin down exactly. It's hard to. I try to do my best to explain it, but some people, I feel like a different explanation, it would just click with them right away. And other people, it's like what I said makes sense to them, but sometimes it's hard to find a one size fits all solution when it comes to psychic ability and how to explain it to people. Love Spirited Away. Spirited Away is amazing. Um, Need to watch it again. Actually, love the. I've talked about this before. I feel like I'm on the spectrum, the Asperger autism spectrum. I love atmosphere in movies so much. It's like my thing. If a movie has a really good atmosphere, I love it. And Spirited Away has that atmosphere. It has that way of making you feel like you're home in a foreign universe. It's fantastic. Yes, the introverted intuitive perceives first. The extroverted intuitive is action oriented. So feminine ethos is more attitude conscious, while extroverted intuition is masculine action energy. Yeah, I can go with that. I can definitely vibe with that. I feel like we're using different wording, but we're describing similar things. So, that I can understand what you're saying. But yeah, Spirited Away is good. Trying to think of the anime that describes like energy and perceiving energy the best. But yeah. Do you think in pictures? This is part of the reason why you say makes sense. You are used to trying to explain the pictures in your head and translate these to metaphors someone can understand. Do I think in pictures? Yeah, I think I do. To an extent, I think in pictures. Uh, that's a good question. Hmm. It's weird. You're asking me if I think in pictures, and when I'm trying to think, I'm trying to think in pictures. I'm trying to think if I think in pictures, which is making me think about thinking about thinking. Um, I can go with that. I can go with I think about pictures and I try to give metaphors. The correct wording is I try to give metaphors because sometimes I might as well not even try. I butcher some things, but I'm getting better at it. Hey baby, what are you doing down there? Oh, you're restless, aren't you? Hazel, come up here. Come up here. Let's see if she comes up. Hazel, come here. But yeah, I definitely would say I think in pictures. You should take it online, Gigi. It's good. It's a really good test. Like I said, I think there's 16 different categories last I looked, and it's the Myers-Briggs test or something like that. Don't harass her. If I say to you, bend over backwards, the arrow is coming, do you immediately see someone bending over backwards? Yeah, I see someone bending over backwards. That's a good analogy. I need to. So many things I need to do. In a fun way, but also in a way that it's like, yeah. Yes, it's free online and it's either 50 or 100 questions, and they're usually pretty easy to answer. I think it's 50 or 40 something. It took me 10 minutes to take the test. It's not a hard test. 10 or 15 minutes.
Who's got a belly? Who has a big belly?
It's this one. He has a big belly, don't you, buddy? Oh, you're good. You're good. I gotta get you out of here, though. You're bothering the other kid. Thank you, Winston's mom. You have an awesome night, okay? Thank you. I appreciate the subscription. Six cats, huh? That's a lot of cats. That is a lot of cats, Gigi, and that's occasionally we'll get that too around here, but yeah, Winston's mom, thank you again for coming by the channel and being very informative. Or more, just looking at you. It must be kitty time. I'm feeding mine now. Ah, cats are fun, but they get up to stuff. Oh, thank you, Winston's mom. He was pranking his girlfriend, so I have returned. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, you're back. So that one I showed you, that was Yoshi. Okay, he's he likes fruit. We don't give him fruit though; it's bad for his teeth. He does like it. When he was a kitten, he loved fruit. He loved bananas and honeydew melon and cantaloupe and watermelon. Basically, we named him Yoshi, and he turned into be Yoshi from the Super Mario video game. He really loves fruit. It's weird, and we love him. But yeah, I try to give as much information as I can on psychic ability and what it means and what it is. And personality test and psychic ability. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that, my friend. Found that game today. Oh, okay, guys. No. Yoshi, get out of here, buddy. Go. Ferrets and cats are both carnivores. I have a very senior Juliet ferret sleeping now. I once had six raw fed free roam ferrets because my family said no to any more. Wow, that's a lot of ferrets. I've also heard that ferrets can bite extremely hard if they're not trained, if they're not in a group where they can learn how to not bite. And I've also heard that male ferrets, when they are wanting to be with the ladies, can be incredibly aggressive and mean. So I don't know if any of that's true. And also, they have a smell. I've heard ferrets do have a smell. I've seen a ferret a few times in my life, and they are, well, I mean, they don't disappoint. It's a carrot with legs, and it's a mouse. It's a rodent of some kind, I do believe. I don't know. They are cute, though. They're so cute. I don't know if they'd be for me, but they seem really cute. Oh man, that's good. Oh, that's adorable. A group of ferrets is called a business. Oh, that's adorable. A group of crows is called a murder. So if both of them got together, you'd call it a murder business. I just thought of an idea for a good anime right there. Murder business, ferrets and crows. Together at last. This time it's personal. I don't know. Don't ask me what that was, but yeah. So a group of ferrets is called a business. That's so ridiculous that I love that. I love that. I once called my ferrets fursuits on Reddit, and a very polite young furry came calling. We had a good laugh once she boomer splained. Ah, boy. That's how it is. That's how it is. I love that. I'm going to remember that a group of ferrets is called a business until the day I die, and on my deathbed, that'll be the last fact people hear, and they'll be amazed. Be like, he knew what a group of ferrets was called. He's like, two. Dang. Gigi, you gotta get some rest, my friend. I know you're moving. I know that's something that's going on, but hopefully you can get some sleep soon. See you Monday, Gigi. You have a good day. Get some rest. You want to know 30 minutes before you die so you can have one last cigarette and a glass of very good red wine. Take it one day at a time, Gigi. I know it's tough. Minute by minute, that's how you get through that. I hear you. I want to know 30 minutes before I die so that I can just keep running. Okay, you need it to be quick, Gigi. I hear you. But quickly take your time. Hurry up and wait. It's one of my favorite sayings. Hurry up and wait. And that's how people are in this world now, right now. The hurry up and wait mentality is kind of ridiculous sometimes. Oh, you don't want to know about the 30 minutes. I see what you're saying, Gigi. Okay. Completely misunderstood. I got you. If you knew 30 minutes ahead of time, Hurry up and wait is a G.I. Joe saying, no, I'm not in the military. No one in my family that I'm aware of is in the military. So I probably just learned that through a weird form of osmosis. Uh, no, nobody in my family is in the military that I'm aware of. I can think of several cousins, and I was never in the military myself. It is. It is. It reminds me of a movie that I thought was really good. Seeking a Friend for the End of the World. I think that's what the movie's called. It has Steve Carell. Love Steve Carell, um, and um, and Keira Knightley. If I'm not mistaken, I think it has Keira Knightley in it. It was good. I was in the Air Force. Oh, awesome. So did Winston's mom when you were in the air, or you have an Air Force background, you have a military background. Um, did How did you get into spirituality then? I imagine those two don't exactly mesh together that well sometimes. That's a good question, Gigi. Oh, that's a really good question. Yes, Gigi said, did you see any aliens? I'm actually curious with that too. Like any UFOs or anything like that. That's fascinating. Good question, Gigi. For going to sleep, Gigi, you ask a lot of good questions. Oh man, that's some good water. Right, walking that way. You're good. You're good. I'm just giving you a hard time, Gigi. Stay on as long as you want. I'm only live. I'm only live for another 33 minutes or so, so we'll just talk. Tons of reports, but no evidence. Hmm. Sounds about right. Super duper conservative. My family was either in the church or in the military, going back to Charlemagne. I worked command posts / centers, and we had tons of reports, no evidence. Well, you found a new. Okay. Did I mention the new house is 1/3 the size of the current? Oh, I'm sorry. That stinks. Hopefully, you can make the best of it. I mean, 1/3 the size, that's not a lot to work with. Unless the house you're living in now is 12,000 square feet, in which case 4,000 square feet is not too bad, but I have a feeling that's not. Yeah, I have a feeling you weren't living in a mansion before, but. Sorry, guys. I know pilots who thought they saw odd things, but I never read any evidence of anything real. To be honest, and I carried a clearance. Stephen Hawking said we are not ready for first contact. I agree with that. I do agree with. We're having trouble. We're having trouble agreeing with people that their skin color is different colors, right? We're having trouble basic human principles and understanding. We are having trouble with, and it's ridiculous. I agree we're not ready for first contact because there's so much shit on this earth that people do not. Sorry, sorry. It's just you should be good, buddy. Your current house is 2,800, so the new place would be 900 square feet. That's tiny. Jeez. About 940 square feet. That's a small place, Gigi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that's the situation. Can't be smoking cats. You can't. You can't. It's mean. Yeah, it's mean. There's a lot I think humanity has to do first. Okay, a little bigger than that, but it feels like it. It doesn't, the specifics don't matter. If it's if it's a smaller place and it's a lot smaller, that stinks. Hopefully you make the best of it. I feel like you could make the best of any situation. I feel like you're that kind of positive person. And like you said, you're adulting. I think you're wearing the adult hat well, and I think you'll do well in this new place. Um, there was that village in Italy. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but there was a village in Italy where Yoshi, leave her alone, buddy, please. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. What does that say? Sorry. Gigi, moving under the best of circumstances is emotional. I'm sorry you have to do this now. Your space will fill right in time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Winston's mom. That is very, very well put. There was a village in Italy, I think it was the 1940s or the 1950s, and supposedly they had ET contacts, um, and they stayed around for a while. But what was interesting is the thing that got rid of the ET contacts was the fact that the people um, were no longer, they were giving these extraterrestrial beings offerings like food and fruit and clothes and stuff, even though they didn't wear it, like the clothes, or they didn't eat the food. It was to show that there was an attitude of like love and appreciation towards the extraterrestrial visitors. But then as time went on, people, I feel something happened and there was fear in the community, and the ETs had to leave. They could no longer stay in the space anymore because it was no longer at that level of love or vibration that they could stay in, supposedly. It's an interesting story. You guys should take an Enneagram. I'm not sure how you say that test. They're free online. I like Catherine Fall test 5W4, which makes me Miss Lerny McLearny. A dump truck backing up, beep, 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 and dumping info. You definitely do come on here, and you are giving some awesome information. You may be dumping the information, but it's something that's interesting. I feel like you're making the chat very interesting, and I appreciate that. Need more people that help make it fun. Help put tests, put things out there. It's definitely one of those things that it shows a passion. It shows a passion for something. It shows an excitement for life. And okay, Gigi screenshotted it and gave a thumbs up, so that's awesome. Yeah, so Gigi, when the time comes, would you be interested in the psychic development class? It's a good dump. There you go, Gigi. Perfect. Perfect. I couldn't describe it better myself. But if anyone's interested in the class, I feel like we have a few more people here, so it'll be either August, October, maybe September. I'm still trying to talk to my mentor. $40 for 2 days for people to be there. Hopefully, we get 10 people signed up. It sounds like we got. Maxine is interested. I don't know if Gigi, I don't know if you're interested, but it's going to be. Okay, you would be interested in the class. Okay, so I'll try and get more information on the class coming up. The person that we would be learning with, because he would be a co-teacher, is what he calls it. Hopefully he helps teach the class and lead it. He's done this before, but he's an author. He's an author of a book, and then he's also helped people, police solve murder cases and stuff like that too. And so he's done some remote viewing work, he's done some different stuff, but in a more professional capacity, and he's a good medium. He took me, I feel like I'm hard to read. I feel like I'm pretty hard to read mediumistically. Winston's mom, though, could cut me open like a hot knife through butter, but um, and a real personality. That's awesome. That's awesome, Winston's mom. I love that. And yeah, he took me aside and he just sort of went right into a reading. I didn't pay him anything. He just started reading me, and he was good. He was really good. And so he would be someone we would be learning with, and I'll try and pin him down for more classes after this first one, but he is an elusive kind of person, but we'll see what we can do. But Gigi, if you're interested, go to my website, which is linked down below. Click on the classes tab, and there will be just a spot where you can enter your email. I'm not asking for any money right now because I don't know when the course is going to be. So it would just have your email, and with the email, um, I can just shoot one out when we're getting ready to start the class, and you can choose if you want to take it or not when the time comes. On It's Germain. Saint Germain is my ordained saint. Grew up Catholic, Catholic school. Ah, I would serve you with orange scones and sweet tea, or with coffee latte. Nice big. Ah, okay. The orange scones sound amazing. I've never had an orange scone. That sounds good. I love scones. Scones are delicious. Don't eat them nearly enough, and that's probably a good thing. But oh, I do love a good scone. And the blueberry muffin sounds good too, but an orange scone, never had it. I'm more interested in that. Do you in fact have a blueberry muffin in the fridge, Gigi? Because if you do, you need to send some of that shit my way. I would not mind a little blueberry muffin. I live, move, and have my being in all ever expression, in the full opulence of God, made manifest every moment. Saint Germain. The I Am Discourses. Did you look that up, Winston's mom, or did you just have that? Yeah, cleaning out the freezer, that's always a treat. Blueberries are good. Blueberries are really good. But can make really terrific quick bread scones, especially orange cranberry, and I do pretzels. Just not that often. Ooh, nice. Yeah, the Pizza Hut chocolate chip cookie, it's good. It's good for a minute, and then it's like, gosh, this is so sweet. But it is good. I don't mind that. I really liked Papa Murphy's has a cinnamon wheel pizza that you can get. It's not an actual pizza. It's like cinnamon, and then there's a cream cheese frosting. That's good. I liked that. That was good. Yes, I found that on Goodreads. Usually I know a quote, but it's easier to copy and paste, and I did not know any of Jermaine's quotes. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. The saints were interesting because I think in order to be certified as a saint, or certified, sanctified, I don't know, something, you had to perform two miracles. And Saint Germain, I've heard of. I don't know the miracles he performed. Do you find you shake easily if you overcarb? Um, you know how to make a guy blush. Winston's mom. Um, let's see. Do I shake easily if I overcarb? Do I shake easily? Hey Angela, how are you doing, my friend? Do I shake? I don't think so. I don't think I'm hypoglycemic. Um, I'll have to pay attention though. Whatever overcarbing is, I'll be aware. I do love carbs, and I generally don't get any reactions with if I overcarb. Um, it's a good question though. That is a good question. How's it going, Angela? Good. I'm glad to hear that. We're just chatting here. Me and Winston's mom and Gigi. We're just having this little chat here. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Does diabetes run in your family? Let's see. My great grandmother had diabetes. Um, my uncle had diabetes on my mom's side. My great grandmother was on my father's side. Maybe it does. Um, I don't think so. Like, not really prevalent that I'm aware of. Let you in, but you have to be nice. Yes, Angela, and I found out that a group of ferrets is called a business. And that right there, that won the evening for me. Group of ferrets being called a business. And a group of turtles is called a Facebook. So we're starting something. No, I'm just making that part up, but fascinating stuff. Ah, diabetes runs in our biology. Would make sense. I'm too damn sweet for my own good. Even my blood wants me. Uh, I'll have to look into that. That doesn't sound wrong though. Hmm. Maybe type two. I don't know if I'd be type one, but maybe. But type two, type one. Hmm. Because I think my grandma was type one, if I'm not mistaken, and my uncle was type two. I'll have to look at that. I will have to look at that. The guardian turtles. You like? Angela says I like those subjects and apprehending images from the priori and the guardian turtles do tend to run Facebook. Yes, they do. They do tend to run around Facebook. The well, it's more like the Boomer Age Ninja Turtles, but that's how it is. Um, Instead of Teenage Mutant, Boomer Age Mutant. I could be his younger brother from another mother. I hope he's attractive, because if not, it's going to ruin my whole night. Hold on.
I know a lot of you guys have.
Nope. Let's mute that. Hold on one second here. Yeah, I kind of do. I can see that. Huh. Okay, how do you release a person out of your energy even though you still care for them? Mini Oreos and strawberry Perrier are for me. Ooh, that sounds good. And I'll answer your question, Angela. Hold on. Well, I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the honesty there, and I appreciate the fact you're not cougering. That helps move things along here, so that's good. Um, how do you release a person out of your energy even though you still care for them? So this one here, this takes time, and we've talked about this on the channel before, Angela, a little bit. I'll explain this. I'll explain this the best way I can. So us, and when I say us, I mean you, me, I mean other people watching this channel, people that come on here. We have something in common. And that is generally that we grew up in an environment where in some way we were abused as children, in some way, shape, or form. And it could be traumatic, it could be narcissistic, it could be whatever. But what happens, and we've talked about it, is the people pleasing mentality that I've talked about before, where we go so far out of our way to take care of another person that we kind of lose ourselves in that energetic connection with that person. We want that person to be happy because we feel like if they're happy, then it means we can be happy, right? We kind of live vicariously through them, and there can be some father wounds, there can be some other things there. If it's a man, if it's a woman, there can be some mother wounds. There can be different ways to look at that. But you're asking, how do you release a person out of your energy? I feel like the best thing that you can do for yourself is to realize the connection you felt like you had with this person was not the connection you in fact got. And that doesn't mean that you were being stupid or that it just means that in that situation, we had a relationship with someone when we were in a traumatized state, and that person in some way triggered us, and now we can look into the healing process. I understand we still care for this person or we still care for these people, but a lot of times it's best to just admire them from afar because they're doing their own thing. That being said, that being said, there's also, you can cut the cord energy exercises which do work, or asking, and I know this sounds like a cop out, but asking for spirit to help in those kinds of instances where we no longer can control it. We can ask for spirit to help sever that connection or to help us move that connection along. That's kind of something that we can do. Said, we are tiny tape recorders until the age of 7. We record everything we hear, then we grow up, we hit play and playing. I agree with that. And Plagiat, or Plagiat, I'm not sure how you say that. When we're talking about that 7-year-old stage, um, when we're talking about that 7-year-old stage, that's how we are. We're almost in a hypnotic state until we're about 7 years old. And subconsciously, yes, we absorb everything. And then when we get older, we have to undo the stuff we absorb that is no longer useful. The illiterate of the 21st century won't be those that can't read, it will be those that cannot unlearn. That's a quote from somebody, I can't remember who it is, but we need to unlearn the things that no longer work for us and learn the things that do work for us. So Angela says, I thought I was doing good, but now I don't know. So, hold on one second here. So, I imagine, let's see. There we go. Yeah, and that works too. So Winston's mom just posted that. Use a technique where you write something down and you burn it. That's a good one too, Angela, because you're writing something, you're taking action, and then you're burning it, which means you're releasing it. So that's a good way to do it too. That's something good that you can do. Um, and honestly speaking, and I know this can hurt, I know this can be the hard part, block them on everything. Block them on all forms of social media and do not talk to them anymore. Don't entertain the idea. Don't let them in your space as much as possible. And if they try to get back in, say, I don't have anything to say to you, or do something along those lines. Because if the person keeps coming back and re-triggering us, it's going to be harder and harder for us to separate from that person, and they'll remain in our mind. And I know you've worked hard to get to a place where you're moving past that. And it does. It helps to see your thoughts on paper. It helps to journal too. Journaling's really good. I use my iPad for journaling. I know pen and paper is good, but I like the digital format, and that works really well. And I have a little pencil, little Apple Pencil that I use. But it's, it takes time. It takes a lot of time to get this down and to understand what's going on. Um, did he, so he must have come back in your life in some way. I imagine he's said something or done something to try and pry his way back into your life, Angela. And Oprah being an ENFJ, that's interesting. So she's kind of like my opposite, but not in the NFJ part, but just in the E. That's interesting. And I can see that she has a talk show. He gave me a hug, then said, I love you. Okay. Seen him today at work. He gave me a hug and said, I love you. And I'm sorry, Angela, that you have that with this person. They keep trying to get their way back in. Um, and it sounds like the more that you're standing up for yourself and the stronger you're getting emotionally, it sounds like this person wants to bring you back down. And so that hug and I love you, that's trying to bring you back into a state where you're vulnerable again. And no, that's not fair. It's it's not something. And I know you don't want to be that person, Angela. I know you don't want to be that person that would be what I would call the ball breaker. I know you don't want to be that person. But in this instance, you know how this person is, and they're playing on your heartstrings. And I know you probably feel like, I just don't get it though. I just don't get it though. I feel like he's talking to someone else. Hmm. That is what he's doing. He's playing games, and um, would you want to do, Angela? Would you want to do a Cash App here, and then we can talk some more? Just because now I feel like we're entering that territory. If you want to do a $10 Cash App, then we can talk about this a little bit more, and then kind of go from that space. And we can just talk about it if you'd be okay with that. Um, I do want to help. I just feel like that part's fair, the compensation part. But um, yeah, you feel like he plays games, and you mention it when you speak. So, and he probably doesn't hear it, I would think. Okay, perfect, Angela, perfect. So I'll put you on the list here. Hold on. Okay, Gigi, you take care, okay? Have a good time moving. get it going, and just take care of yourself. I know, buddy. All right, Angela, thank you. Okay. I wish you luck and superhuman strength. And then give me some superhuman strength too. I want to lift some stuff. Okay, so Angela, why is he still playing games? Okay, so let's look at it this way. Immediately in this relationship, when you said you didn't want this person in your life anymore, and you said you were done, and you were done playing games, immediately you became an object to this person. And I'll look at his energy, but I can tell you this right now. You became an object to this person that he needed to kind of conquer or surmount or whatever you'd want to call it. But this person, you became unattainable to this person. And so now, when you're denying this person a second or a third or a fourth chance, however many times it may be, they're wanting you even more and more. But there needs to be a cutoff here. This person needs to get to the fact that you are not interested in them anymore. And them hugging you and trying to do that, I believe that's a form of psychological manipulation. He had no reason to say he loved you. He hasn't been acting like he loves you. He hasn't been acting like he's been there for you. When you have called him out on his behavior in the past, he's literally said, don't make this difficult. Don't be that way. Don't do this. He's told you how you feel about your feelings, which is absolutely wrong at any given time, no matter what. How you feel is how you feel. And he's tried to minimize and diminish kind of how you are and how you can grow as a person. I get a feeling that this person is very lazy. Well, lazy is one word for it. But that's a nice way of putting it. Let me look at the cards here. So we'll look at the energy. We'll use the energy oracle here. I just hate that he keeps coming in your life and he keeps being sneaky with the hugs and the I love yous and things like that. Because if you were to pull away or do something, I'm sure this person would get upset and try to blame you for being difficult or being hard to manage or something along those lines. But claiming your personal space and saying you don't feel comfortable with that, or he goes to hug you and you just go like that and like pry his arms off, I feel like this person needs to get it. This person needs to understand that you are not interested and they keep trying to bring you in. But let's look at what the cards say here. Okay. Let's do two more shuffles. Okay, one more shuffle here. So I'm using this deck here is the Energy Oracle. This is an Oracle deck, and then I use the Wild Unknown Tarot, and I use the Fountain Tarot. The Fountain Tarot, beautiful card, beautiful cards, easy to shuffle. Wild Unknown is really good too as a tarot deck. The one I'm using for Angela is an Oracle deck, so it's not a traditional tarot deck. But it's been a really good one. I like this one a lot. All right, what is... Yeah, okay. So what I get here, Angela, is I believe this person is So it's the Fountain, the Oracle deck, the Energy Oracle deck, and then the Wild Unknown. All of them are really good. My favorite deck is behind me. It is the True Black Tarot deck. Gorgeous deck. Anyway, I'm reading for Angela here, so hold on. I get distracted. So I get Door to Spirit. This person has been someone that inadvertently, Angela, and I'm saying this inadvertently because by no means, this person was a trigger for your spiritual awakening, but that does not mean we keep them around. Generally, triggers for spiritual awakenings are people that can be very mean. And we wake up and we realize, oh, wait a minute, there's something going on here. And we start to question things, we start to understand things a little bit more. I also get Storm Warning in reverse and the Sun card here, which is showing to me that this person right here, is someone that is going to bring us not necessarily good tidings. The energy I get here is that this person thinks they're a positive, good person, but I don't feel that this person is. This person puts on a show in front of other people, but you know what this person's like in private. You know how this person is. And I feel like this person in public is very different. They're affectionate, they're kind, they're appreciative in public. But again, when we get into the more intimate settings, we're looking at someone who is going to act differently. They're not going to be appreciative, or they're going to say, "Why are you being difficult?" I remember when you were talking to him and you were telling me what you were saying. And if someone is ever asking why you're being difficult, it's them trying to attack your reasoning. It's them trying to do that because instead of coming up with something to say that's intelligent, why are you being difficult? Why are your emotions such a burden on me, is what they're saying. And that's someone who does not understand how to be an open person. That's someone who's not going to be an honest person. That's someone who's going to manipulate behind the scenes here. And I'm sorry you've been going through that, Angela, because that's not fair to you, obviously. But this person was a trigger or a catalyst for a spiritual transformation for you. It doesn't mean we keep them around, in my opinion. Obviously, you're a grown woman, you can do whatever you want, but this person's not going to be someone that I feel like you could have a meaningful relationship with. It feels like with this person, it's more about them satisfying their own ego. For instance, you've said no to them multiple times, and so what they're doing is they're trying to come back multiple times to try and get you to say yes to them. It's a game. Like you said, why are they playing games? Because they can. And also because, in a way, Angela, and maybe this is me, maybe I'm sounding harsh, I don't feel like you've set firm enough boundaries with this person. I feel like you keep channels open. I feel like this is a situation where because that happens, this person can come and go when they please, and they can keep pulling on those heartstrings. Even if you don't do it consciously, I do feel like we're keeping channels open for this person, and it's making it so that they can come in and do whatever they want. Hey, Ty, sure, we got the $10 here. If you want to do that, we can absolutely do that. You would be after Angela, who I'm reading right now. So, Angela, is what I'm saying making sense? I don't want to come across as being, mean or anything. I want you to be, safe. I want you to be taken care of. And I mean this when I say it. I mean this when I say it. He goes to hug you and say, "I love you." He goes to do that. Okay, I want you to, if you see the hug coming, go like this, separate from him, and be like, "No, I'm not doing that. Thank you, Ty." Because that is not fair to you. You would never do that to somebody, but I want you to know this, Angela, more than anything else. You are not abandoning him if you choose to leave him behind. You are not abandoning him. What you are doing is you're saying to yourself, "I deserve better than what this person could have offered me." And you've already tried with this person, so you know for a fact how they are, what they're going to do. Okay, I don't care if they say they've changed. I can do that too. I could be the shittiest person in the world, call you up and say, I've changed, I'm different. Prove it. Show me through action. Show me through the things you do. Do not sit there and try and placate me and say I've changed when nothing has happened and you're just blowing smoke up my ass. And I want you to understand that people can say they've changed. Focus on the action behind the words. If there is no action, then you know they haven't changed. And it sounds like to me this person is trying to make themselves out to be changed in a matter of a month and a half or 2 months or whatever. They're completely different now. I'm no longer shitty. I'm better. No, you didn't work on yourself in the relationship. You expect when you get out of it that this person's going to change. It's not going to happen. He expects that he would have changed as a person. No, he's carrying more of those toxic traits. And now, because you've set boundaries, and I told you this could happen, because you set boundaries, it made it so that you're more interesting to him as a prize, as an object, not as a person. You set a boundary. You said, no, I'm not going to let it happen. So he's going to try and see if he can get past your defenses. Eventually, he'll get the picture. He will get the point, but you have to be strong. You have to be firm. And I know that's not something you want to do. I know you don't want to be that person. But in this situation, we have to be, because no one else is going to step up and come in for us here. Angela, Einstein said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I can agree with Winston's mom, but in this situation, yes, the person we're talking about, he's the one that's doing the insane stuff. Angela's trying to get out of this situation as much as she can, but this person keeps trying to come back. And Angela has come on here multiple times and said she's trying to get away. She's trying to break away from this. And it is difficult. It is difficult to be that person that stands up for themselves and says, no, not anymore. But this person, Angela, can only offer you such a finite experience of life, and you've already experienced that. And eventually he'll get the point if you allow yourself that spacing and that time to just say, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not playing this game anymore. Eventually you're allowing yourself that sense of distance. And that's going to be super important for you, Angela. And you also have your kids as well. And I want you to give your kids an example they can look up to. They can say, well, my mom didn't put up with this kind of behavior. My mom stood up for herself and she said, I'm not going to do that anymore. I want you to be that example for your kids because you have that sense of power. And I feel that in you. I feel that you're a very strong person, but you don't want to use that strength, quote unquote, against other people. But sometimes that gentle person that you are has to stand up and say, I may be gentle, but I'm not a pushover. And you stand up and you say, I'm ready to do what needs to be done, And I wish you all the best with that. But the harder you're setting boundaries right now, it is enticing him to chase more until it gets through his head. Like I said, blocking them on all social media, doing all this stuff. And if they say, why did you block me? Say, because I don't want to hear it anymore. Be that self. Be that strong self. And it sucks to be that person. I've called someone out in the middle of Walmart, okay, because they were a shitty person and they treated my partner like shit. But besides that, we have to stand up for ourselves. We have to stand up if something is happening. And I believe you have that in you, Angela. I believe you're strong enough. I believe you're someone that can do it. But you give yourself time. Let yourself practice it in your mind. But when you're ready, seriously, block everything. Do that so that you're not constantly triggered. Because what he's doing is he's going back in your head and he's triggering that cognitive dissonance, right? And we've talked about cognitive dissonance. You're holding two truths in your head, believing them both to be true. One of them is not true, the other one is. However you want to view it. And when he comes back in, it makes us confused again. And because of that, we wonder if we should go back, or we wonder if we're making the right choice. When he isn't in the picture, you say you're doing better. You say things are going better. You say you feel more powerful, more confident. You're trying new things. You're going out with people. You're trying stuff. But when he comes in the picture, we become confused again because you're triggered by his involvement in your life. Because he was there when you were going through a traumatized, triggered state. And now you're vulnerable because you're recovering from that, and he can re-trigger that in you whenever he wants, kind of whenever you see him or whenever he messages you. And it doesn't matter, I think I'm using this word right, it doesn't matter how innocuous or how harmless the texting starts out. Any connection to this person, even if they're just asking you how their day was, there is an agenda with this person. Any connection with this person, I truly believe to be of a toxic origin. I don't think there's going to be a connection here where this person apologizes or says they're sorry or anything else other than them wanting to get back in your life in some way, shape, or form. I don't feel this person has your best interest at heart, and I don't feel like they ever will. Um, and the more we keep them around, the more confused we can get. And Winston's mom is right. Gray rocking, we've talked about that on the channel multiple times. Talking about very mundane subjects. Don't let this person in your personal life. Don't let this person in any way, shape, or form, other than to talk about basic things, whether this, that. If they try to hug you, like I said, we break away. We do whatever we can to avoid that kind of physical touch, because this person doesn't offer us anything. And absolutely, the narcissist, I talk about that all the time on this channel. They do want to keep you as supply because they cannot validate their own ego. They need other people to validate their egos for them. And they use you kind of like the way a zombie or a walker in The Walking Dead, they just eat and they eat and they eat and they never get full. That's how a narcissist is. And they once, just like as a walker in The Walking Dead, once you are that zombie, you do not come back. You do not. You are generally, when you are a narcissistic person, nothing will snap you out of that. It generally happens from a deep sense of shame, but we cannot feel bad for these people. These people are toxic now, and they cannot be saved, and nothing we can do can save them or change them. That's true too. That's true too. Yeah, you don't want to call them a narcissist, or you don't want to call them out, because it further connects you to them, and they will rise up and they'll try to defend themselves from that. And they'll try to gaslight you and make you seem like the crazy person, but you can see through their shit, and they know that. And because you can see through it, they feel threatened by it. And when they feel threatened, they attack you, or they try to belittle you, or they try to put you down in some way. Okay, so hopefully, Angela, that helps address that question. I hope I wasn't too hard on you or talking. I just want you to know you have support here, you have care here, and I do care that you're taking steps, you're taking actions here. And I'm sorry that this person keeps coming in and keeps re-triggering. That's not fair to you, but that's also, if it makes you feel any better, that's also how it usually works. Is when we start breaking away from someone, they reach out more or they try harder. Because they can feel that you're starting to slip away, they try harder, and possibly. Right, they may scapegoat you to your friends or family, make you the black sheep, the one who is really the narc. That's something else that can happen, absolutely. But another thing that can happen is if you do, and I'm just putting this out there as a maybe this will happen, it might not, but if you stop talking to this person, cold turkey, and you just stop talking to them, you block them on all forms of social media, you may have friends or family members that were close to this person try to reach out to you to get to talk to them again. Those are called flying monkeys. That's another tactic they use to try to suck you back into the drama. And the people may call you and say, oh, so-and-so has changed, they're different now, or this, that, or the other. But ultimately, they haven't changed, they're not different, and they're just trying to suck you back into something. And I just want you to know that you've got this. You have the power here. You have the strength here. And and you still will be feeling better about this connection when it is no longer this kind of thing of I love you or this or that. So, yes, love bombing. And I was going to use that term. I haven't looked into love bombing a ton. But yes, love bombing is actually, absolutely. So they act like they want you again. So Winston's mom is definitely coming up with this. So, Angela, with what I was saying, how do you feel? How do you feel about that? Or how does that make you feel? I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on one second. Are you still there, Angela? Awesome, Toto. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Are you there still, Angela, or did I lose you? I just want to make sure that you heard what I said there. And if it resonated, I want to make sure about that. Okay, Toto, you get some sleep, my friend. Wake up fresh and early and watch that premiere. Okay, my friend? Have fun. Okay, I don't know where Angela went, so Ty, would you want to ask your question? All right, go for it, my friend. See you, Toto. Sleep good, buddy. Angela, you're fine. You're fine. I just wanted to make sure you were still there. You're just fine. Don't worry about it, okay? Um, I just want you to be. Okay, I'll say this, Angela. I'm going to say this right now. And maybe this will put things in perspective. Um, I want you to treat yourself like a 5-year-old. I want you to treat yourself like a 5-year-old child. And when I say that, I mean, how would you react if someone was trying to do this to, like, if anyone was doing anything inappropriate to a 5-year-old kid or one of your kids, you would step in and you would say, I don't appreciate that. I want you to do that with yourself. If you wouldn't put up with someone doing this to a 5-year-old, would you put up to someone, or someone doing this to a loved one, would you put up with it happening to you? I want you to take that mentality and I want you to use that moving forward. Should I restart my manifestation meditation / night rituals for my scholarship again? Since the deadline is getting close, I'm getting nervous and worrying I might be blocking my earlier manifestations. Okay, so Ty, all right. We've talked about this. We've talked about this in depth. And so I'll say this. The whole point of manifestation rituals is to do them and be done. Thank you, Winston's mom. I appreciate that. But when we're talking about manifestation rituals, it's important to realize that we do the manifestation ritual and then we leave it alone. If we start doing it again, so Ty, you're getting anxious that the deadline is coming up, and you're thinking that if you go there and you do a bunch of manifestation rituals, it's going to speed up the process. But really, it's starting things over from the beginning because you're not believing that the universe is going to be able to give us what we want, need, or desire at any given point. You're saying, I know better. I'm going to start over. I'm going to do this again. But this is also a way for you to say, here's my anxiety. I'm going to try and channel it into a manifestation ritual because you don't know what else to do with your time in that sense. You're using the manifestation ritual as a way. Right. Okay, so you clear your mind state. The best thing to do is to feel like it's already working, to feel like we already have it. When we do manifestation rituals, we use terms like I am, right? I am in abundance. I am having this. This is something that I am currently doing. Um, I know the anxiety, though, wants to come in and wants to take it. And I feel like you want to control the situation, and the only way of control that you have in this situation is through doing a manifestation ritual. Okay? Sometimes in life, control is not an option. It's not a threat, it's just how life is sometimes. And so, okay, so let's address this question. So, how do I clear my mind and stay positive so I don't compromise what I already manifested? So, the best thing you can do to clear your mind is to do something else. Do something else that's creative. Do something else that puts us out of that state of thinking constantly about something. A mini vacation, doing something that occupies our mind in a different way. I feel like and we've talked about this, you're very type A personality, which means you want to do things. You always want to be doing something. In this situation, though, we can't do anything. It's like, and I used this earlier, it's the hurry up and wait mentality. And I've used that a couple times tonight, but it's wanting to have something so bad, not necessarily knowing what we need to do to get it, but wanting it, it's creating a sense of unbalance and anxiety, which is not going to help us. Best thing to do is to get our mind off of it. It's something we can do to get our mind off of it. I wish I could give you another tip or something you can do, but a lot of these spiritual principles are actually very mundane. A lot of the spiritual advice is really just good common sense. It's nothing special, it's nothing fantastical. You did a meditation manifestation ritual. You did that. It's done. It's over with. And that makes sense. You can't stop thinking about it. And what I hate, and I'm just going to go off on this for a second, is the fact that young people like yourself have to get this anxious over achieving their dreams. I don't think that's fair. I feel like we should, anyway, it's not the point, but I do not think that's fair that you're worrying this much about something that you've tried your hardest and you really do not have any control over. This is something that if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong, but the system will make you think that you did something wrong with this. But 3 days away, I can understand the anxiety. I can understand that it would be unbearable, and you have to do something to get your mind off of it as much as you can. If you think of it this way, 3 days, if you spend 14 hours of those days awake, or 16 hours of those days awake, 8 days of sleep. Technically, it's only 2 days because you do have to sleep, hopefully 8 hours a night. Um, you know, so it'll come faster than we think if you put sleep in there. And um, I wish I could give you better advice than that. The best thing to do is to allow yourself to be in the moment as much as possible. Grounding exercises are really good. In fact, I can show you one right now because I learned this one. So hold on. Okay. All right, so a grounding exercise is going to be like this. So if we're doing a grounding exercise, we generally want to start, so we have 3 chakras. We have the root, the sacral, the solar plexus, the heart, okay? And then from the top of the head to the bottom, we have the crown, the third eye, the throat, and the heart. Right in the middle, 3 chakras down and 3 chakras up, we have the heart. I'm using that as an example because that's kind of what's keeping us here. That's kind of the thing. So when we're doing the manifestation exercise, and that's good advice too. Meditation is really good. The Tibetan singing bowls are something that can be very helpful. But when we're looking to do something like this, we're going to breathe in, okay? We're going to breathe in like this. We're going to go to where our heart is when we're bringing our hands up. So we're breathing in. Let me breathe out again. So breathing in. Right where our heart is. And then from there, we're going to take our arms and we're going to breathe out. We're going to go. Back to this place. And I want you to bend your knees a little bit, kind of do what's called a horse stance. Bend our knees a little bit and allow yourself to breathe in the energy, bring it up to the heart, and we're spreading it out. This is activating energy, but it's also activating the toroidal field, right? Right. So like Winston's mom just said, the chakras, and I'm sure you know this, Ty, the chakras are an energy wheel or a disc or a sphere, however you want to imagine it. But I want you to think of the chakras like a bike chain. All of them have a chain that runs through them, okay, the kundalini kind of thing, if you want to think of it that way. But let's stick to the basics. There's a chain that runs through these chakras. If that chain is in alignment, the chakras are in alignment, the bicycle or the human soul, right, is activated, it's working. And right now, meditation, things like that, we need to take our energy and we need to focus it elsewhere. So that is a good suggestion. The meditation, the singing bowls is good. But the manifestation exercises for this ritual, if we already believed that we had manifested it, we wouldn't need to do the exercises anymore. Right. 7 main chakras, and then there's several minor chakras. Yes, there we go. So Winston's got it right there. Winston's mom's got it right there. There are definitely tons of chakras to look at there, and definitely ways that we can move this energy through to our own betterment. There you go. So if you believe you've manifested it, then why do you need to do more? That's what I'm saying to you. I know it helps to intellectualize something and to really go after it and to really think our way through it, but I honestly believe my anxiety can be a test. It sounds like it. It sounds like right now, Ty, you're going through the most anxious time you've been in for a while. And I'm sorry that's the case. The fact that so much stress is put on you right now, that to me doesn't seem fair. But that's what I'm seeing here, and the best thing to do would literally be to do anything else that puts our mind off of it. Anything creative. And maybe if you're like me, sometimes when I get anxious, I like to have something tactile to play with. Legos for me are good. I need to get more Legos, actually. But doing stuff like that's going to help. I thought I needed to do more in order to cleanse the anxiety, which is negative energy. I wish I could give you an analogy for kind of what I'm thinking, but it's hard for me to think of one. Anxiety is okay. Tesla said a key to understanding the universe's energy, frequency, and vibration. Meditation allows us to breathe properly, opening the energy centers to allow the flow state to open the third eye. Absolutely. Meditation can have a few effects. One of them, we can meditate to improve our sense of spiritual well-being. We can meditate to literally think about nothing and not really improve on anything, just allow ourselves to be in that flow state. That's good too. It doesn't necessarily increase our spiritual perception when we do that kind of meditation, but it does help us to kind of align with the baseline frequency, which is like there's the Schumann resonance, which is a frequency on Earth that helps to keep us kind of grounded. It's an interesting thing, the Schumann resonance. Look that up. It's how many times lightning bolts strike the Earth every minute or every second. But there's a frequency that's been created. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that right. Not 100%. But the best thing would be meditation. And if that's hard for us to do, and when I say meditate, if meditation is not something we're used to, right? If meditation's not something we're used to, try meditating for a few seconds. And then once you've gotten that down and you've cleared your mind for a few seconds, try meditating for a few seconds more. A lot of people try to go on and say, meditate for 30 minutes your first time. Do it for 30 minutes. No, that does not work. That does not work. That's like telling someone that's never run a marathon, hey, just go out and run a marathon. You'll be fine. No, that takes training. It takes time. Can it be done without training? Of course. But meditate, start small. If that's something that's hard for you to do, start with a small amount and then add sequentially onto it as much as you feel comfortable. But don't take too much. Don't take more than you can chew. Chunk things. It's called chunking things down. Chunk them down into smaller chunks and then go from there. So meditation is going to be good. The manifestation ritual, in my opinion, Ty, I don't feel like we need to go back and revisit that. Imagine this. Okay, I just thought of the perfect analogy, Ty, so hear me on this one. Imagine this. Okay, I have a scar. I have a scar from when I had my appendix taken out. And it was last week. I didn't want it to happen, but the person just reached in there and grabbed it and took it. No, I was younger. My appendix was inflamed. They had to take out my appendix. I got there just in the nick of time. I think the doctor said another 10 minutes, my appendix would have ruptured. And when the appendix ruptures, there's infections. There's a lot of stuff that can happen, not good stuff. So anyway, so if I went through and I had my appendix removed, okay, And then the doctor, after I had my appendix removed, it was a couple weeks later, the doctor opened me up again to see if I was okay, right? And then another couple weeks go by, the doctor opens me up again to see if I'm okay, and he keeps doing that. All he's doing is prolonging the process of my recovery. Likewise, when we go back and visit that manifestation ritual, we're undoing the progress. We're the surgeon that's going in to see if the operation was successful by opening the patient up again. That doesn't need to be done. Does that make sense, Ty? The vagus nerve is connected to your vocal cords and the muscles at the back of your throat. Singing, humming, chanting, and gargling can activate these muscles and stimulate your vagus nerve. The vagus nerve system acts to counterbalance the fight or flight system and can trigger a relaxation response in our body. Yes. Yes on all of that. And that's something you can look into as well, Ty, but hopefully the surgery analogy kind of gave you an idea. A different question for your read? Well, hold on. One more question, Ty. One more question. Yeah, you can. The only reason I'm saying that, I've been on for, now it's been 5.5 hours, so I'm starting to get a little tired. Okay, good. The surgeon analogy is terrific. Awesome. I like that. I like that you vibe with that. I'll have to think of more analogies for my explanations. They seem to help, hopefully, so. Well, hold on here. Okay, so I was a little confused. So that question, we can do for another 10 if you would want, or you can just hold that question for another time. I thought you meant it was a similar question to the topic you were on before. So if you want to do another 10, we can, but if not, that's okay too. I was thinking it was similar to the question you had asked before, so. But I'm also live on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday next week as well. So if you feel like you want to ask that question at that time, you can do that as well. Like I said, I am getting a little tired here. Almost, like I said, over 5.5 hours that I've been live, so. That one was, okay, so that was your reading. The donation that you gave was on the manifestation ritual. And I felt comfortable just talking about that one. I'm sorry if there was confusion, Ty. I felt comfortable just talking about that one. I didn't need to draw cards with that. I've worked with manifestation rituals myself, and so I feel like I understand those rituals pretty well. No, I'm sorry, my friend. I was spending a lot of time, any amount of time when someone asks a question, that's we spent a good 20 minutes on that, I think. About 20 minutes, which I feel like is fair for a question. So that's how I do it, regardless of if I draw a card or not. In that situation, didn't feel like I needed to draw a card. Like I said, I've worked through the manifestation rituals myself, and I feel like I know how they operate. To an extent. I don't think anyone has the perfect answer to this stuff, but okay, yeah. Yeah, so that's when you said switch your question. Okay, now I understand. I understand now. I'm sorry if how I said stuff was unclear, or if this is unclear. Maybe I need to change it. Um, yeah, so hopefully that makes sense to you, my friend. And again, sorry if it was unclear. But yeah, so with that being the situation here, I think I'm going to call it good for the night, you guys. And I'll see you guys again on Monday. And Ty, keep up the good fight, my friend. Keep going. Okay, you're doing good. I know anxiety. I know these things can be hard to work through. I know that. I know that's difficult. But you got this. Just occupy your mind with some other stuff. Okay. Good night, Ty. You sleep good, my friend. And good night, Winston's mom, and anyone else that's watching this right now. Good night to you guys. Have an awesome evening, weekend, morning. You know that time, the time between sunrise and sunset that vampires can't come out at. Have a good time with the day and the night and all that stuff. So everybody, I will talk to you guys. Oh, well, thank you very much, Winston. I appreciate that. Appreciated hanging out with you too. Good night, everybody. Take care. See you guys on Monday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Be there, be square, or something. I don't know.